Chapter 834. Xiao Qingfeng was the right palace master's person in charge of the outer sanctum's black market, so he controlled a great amount of resources. But it wasn't difficult for Xiao Qingfeng to keep some of them in secret. After a long time, it wasn't strange for him to have so many resources. Most of the things inside were useless to Su Yu, and even if he sold all of them, he would only get 100,000 crystals. Most importantly, he would need to spend a great deal of time and energy to deal with all of them. So, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. His true spirit dragon tendon mission required millions of crystal stones. A mere 100,000 crystal stones was useless. So, it would be better to give them to Elder Liao as a reward and win him over. No problem. Young master, many thanks for your reward. Elder Liao's face became flushed with delight, and his depression from being enslaved disappeared. It seemed like he had run into a generous master, as he had received such a generous reward just for finding a few seeds. So, how could his reward be any less than this in the future? Okay, you did well this time. Now, I have another mission for you. Are you willing to do it? This mission is quite troublesome, and it might take you several months or even several years, Su Yu said. Several years? Several years could pass in the blink of an eye for martial artists. Elder Liao nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. Elder Liao was motivated by such a great reward. Su Yu nodded. Fine, I will write a letter for you. Go to the northwest of the central prefecture and look for a group of people. There aren't many of them, only about 100 million of them, and they have just settled down in the northwest. They should have formed a small city, and the strongest among them should be at the Divine Master realm. Now that he had settled down in the Red Blood Palace, Su Yu wanted to inquire about Xia Jingyu and Qin Xiana, as well as the Zhenlong world's living beings. He hoped that they could settle down somewhere in the central prefecture. The letter contained his instructions to the King of Darkness, his greetings to Xia Jingyu and Qin Xiana, as well as his recent situation. He asked them not to worry about him. Deliver a letter? Elder Liao was startled. He was prepared to go through fire and water for this mission, yet it was just a simple matter of delivering a letter. I don't know their exact location, so you will need to ask around and search for them. This will consume a lot of time and energy, so you must remember to keep a low profile and not let anyone notice them. Su Yu stared at him, then said, After you are done, come back and report to me. Elder Liao heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Su Yu quickly wrote a letter and handed it to Elder Liao. Don't worry, young master. This old servant swears to complete this task with my life. Elder Liao cupped his hands at Su Yu and left. He had already thought it through, and his future prospects would be much better if he followed Su Yu than if he were to die in the soul-seizing palace. Thus, even if he had to leave the sanctum for a long time and get expelled from the soul-seizing palace, he still wanted to complete Su Yu's mission first. After watching him leave, Su Yu remained silent for a long time, then silently disappeared into the forest. By the time he returned to the sect, it was already evening. As Su Yu looked at the time, he decided to bid farewell to the 4 demons first before entering the cultivation room to go into secluded cultivation. When he returned to the little fiend's mansion, he discovered that there were 2 people sitting quietly in the mansion. Opposite them was a smiling little fiend who was chatting amiably with them. The 2 who were being talked to tensed up, as if they were facing a great enemy. Su Yu walked over in surprise and asked, Brother Yunqiu, junior sister Qing'e? They were the Shangguan family's siblings, Shangguan Yunqiu and his younger sister, Shangguan Qing'e. When they heard Su Yu's voice, they felt as if they had just been granted amnesty. Shangguan Yunqiu quickly stood up and welcomed him. Brother Su, it's really great that you have come back. When Su Yu observed Shangguan Yunqiu carefully, he noticed that his whole body was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that he had been scared by the little fiend. Shangguan Qing'e also turned around. She looked at Su Yu calmly and didn't utter a single word. Brother Yunqiu, did you come here to look for me? Su Yu asked in confusion. Shangguan Yunqiu nodded and looked cautiously at Gongsun Wuxie. He then lowered his voice and asked, Brother Su, can I have a word with you? Before he could reply, the little fiend's eyes curled into crescent moons, and she said with a smile, This isn't good. You came to my house to look for my brother Yuxian, yet you want to talk behind my back. Shangguan Yunk's heart thumped, as he was quite afraid of the little fiend. Su Yu glared at her angrily and said, "Nonsense. You should leave for a while. Brother Yunqiu surely has a reason for looking for me." The little fiend waved her fists angrily and said, "You be ****. I will remember you." She then flung her braids behind her head and left without looking back. Upon seeing this, Shangguan Qing's eyes flickered slightly. She stared at Su Yu and said, "I really didn't expect that the lad who used to be at my house would become the central demon of the Demon Mountain, and his abilities are frighteningly strong. Look, even Gongsun Wuxie is afraid of you. If my father knew about this, he would probably be filled with regret." Shangguan Yunqiu rolled his eyes at her. "How can you speak to Brother Su in such a manner?" Shangguan Qing'e stamped her feet and crossed her arms in front of her chest as she stared at Shangguan Yunqiu. "Why are these siblings quarreling? Brother Su, you should be aware of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Land's current situation, right?" Shangguan Yunqiu asked sternly. Su Yu nodded slightly. "It's really chaotic, and the factions outside of the 18 great factions are under attack. In the past, when he had followed Shangguan Yunqiu back to the Shangguan family, they had run into a mysterious beast tamer on the way, and he had almost lost his life there. Moreover, news of some factions being exterminated had spread. For example, the Shimen family, which used to be ranked 3rd, had been exterminated in a single night, without even leaving behind a single heir. All of these signs showed that there was a terrifying dark faction in the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands that was gradually devouring the other small factions. As the Shangguan family was ranked 2nd among the factions, it was natural for them to be afraid of such a thing. That's right, so all factions are looking for a backer in hopes of getting protection. The other factions have already found different backers, but our Shangguan family still hasn't made a decision yet," Shangguan Yunqiu said. Su Yu raised his brows and asked in surprise, "Brother Yunqiu, do you mean that you want me to introduce you to the faction's experts so that the Shangguan family can protect you?" He had just joined the faction, so he didn't know as many experts as Shangguan Yunqiu did. Moreover, there was still Palace Mistress Mo's registered disciple, Shangguan Qing'e, who had come into contact with many experts. Shangguan Qing'e was infuriated, so she said angrily, "He doesn't want you to introduce a backer to him, he wants you to be his backer." "Humph. My brother must have had a fever, so why would he choose you?" Shangguan Yunqiu rolled his eyes at her, nodded earnestly, and said, "She's right. Brother Su, I hope that you can protect the Shangguan family in the future chaos." Su Yu was confused by this, and he wondered, why does Shangguan Yunqiu think that I can protect his family? In fact, with Su Yu's power, as long as the faction that invaded the Shangguan family didn't have a middle-stage divine master, he could still protect it. However, with his current power, he couldn't protect it completely. After he mulled it over for a moment, Su Yu said, "I can't really be considered a backer, but if the Shangguan family is in trouble, you can look for me. If it's necessary, I will surely help you." As a friend, if the Shangguan family was in trouble, and Su Yu had the power to save it, he would surely help them. But, if the enemy was too strong, Su Yu wouldn't be able to help. "Brother Su, I knew that you are a loyal person." Shangguan Yunqiu revealed a faint smile. "Brother Su, you can set your mind at ease. It seems like that faction will still need some time before they attack. So, during this time, the Shangguan family will take the initiative to strengthen its defenses. Brother Su, you can also quickly stabilize your cultivation. I believe that even if that faction invades, it won't be able to harm the Shangguan family." As he spoke, Shangguan Yunqiu took out the 5-color exquisite pagoda from his sleeves. When it appeared, the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth auras in the room became more intense by more than 30%. "I can't repay you, so you should keep this object. This pagoda contains the 5 elements law, and if you comprehend it often, it will be very beneficial to your cultivation of the 5 elements." Shangguan Yunqiu stuffed it into Su Yu's hands, then instructed him, "Brother Su, I hope that you won't spread it. This is my only request." Su Yu held it in his palm subconsciously. In an instant, the remaining disastrous fire in Su Yu's body started flickering, and it seemed like it was going out of control. Su Yu was startled by this, and he hurriedly used his vital energy to envelop the 5-color small pagoda. He then said in surprise, "What a shocking small pagoda." At this moment, Shangguan Qing'er curled her lips and snorted. "Isn't it obvious? This is our Shangguan family's secret canon, the 5 elements law art, which has been passed down since ancient times. It's our Shangguan family's secret, and it won't spread to any outsiders. Yet, my brother insisted on giving it to you. Let's see how my father will deal with him when he goes back." Upon hearing this, Su Yu's expression became solemn, and he returned the 5-color small pagoda to Shangguan Yunqiu. "Brother Yunqiu, I can't accept such a precious object." Shangguan Yunqiu didn't take it, and he just smiled. "This object was passed down to me, so it's up to me to decide who I give it to." His expression became somewhat sad and bitter. Moreover, no one has managed to comprehend this secret canon for several hundred years. So, leaving it in the hands of the Shangguan family will just be like a pearl covered in dust. "Brother Su, if you give it to me, you might be able to shine even brighter. Brother Su, you should just accept it. As long as you don't spread it, it'll be fine." Su Yu still felt somewhat apologetic. After all, handing over a family's inheritance to him had an extraordinary significance. When Shangguan Qing'er saw Su Yu's hesitation, she said angrily, "Since my brother asked you to accept it, then just accept it. In any case, this object can't be exposed to the public, and it can't be given to stronger martial artists. So, it's only suitable for you. Don't let down my brother's good intentions." After she spoke, Shangguan Qing'er stomped her feet and left angrily. After hesitating for a while, Su Yu bowed to her gratefully and accepted the small exquisite pagoda. "Brother Su, don't mind my younger sister. She was in a bad mood recently, but she still agreed to give the 5-element mysteries art to you." Shangguan Yunqiu looked at his younger sister's back and sighed helplessly. Su Yu was surprised, so he asked, "What's wrong?" Shangguan Yunqiu replied helplessly, "It's rumored that it's related to a person called Su Yu, who fought alongside my younger sister in the mysterious Heavenly Divine Pavilion. It was only recently that we learned that he came to the Jojo continent, and once he appeared, he chased after the Blood Emperor and killed him." He then added, "Because of this, the Inner Sanctum's higher-ups looked for my younger sister many times, and they all blamed her for not working hard enough at that time, which was why she didn't learn more about Su Yu." Shangguan Yunqiu spoke helplessly, then changed his tone. "Now that I think about it, according to my younger sister, that guy called Su Yu is younger than me, yet he was able to kill an existence like the Blood Emperor. I still can't believe it. I'm afraid that Jiyu Taishu and the others are nothing in front of such a genius," Shangguan Yunqiu said. Chapter 835. Su Yu quickly composed himself and said, "It's nothing. It's nothing." After they chatted for a while, Shangguan Yunqiu left, satisfied. Su Yu held the small 5-colored tower as he thought to himself. If anything happened to the Shangguan family, even if Shangguan Yunqiu didn't give him an inheritance, he would still try his best to save them. Moreover, now that he had given them an inheritance, he couldn't just watch them die. Since he didn't have anything else to do, Su Yu went to the arena once again. After going through such an intense test, many of the disciples had decided to relax and go to their own places of entertainment. As such, the fighting rooms weren't as crowded as before, and even the illusory fighting rooms were now empty. However, Su Yu only had 2,000 merit points left, which wasn't enough for him to enter the illusory fighting rooms. "Hehe, little brother, are you short of money? Do you need big sister's help?" Accompanied by a fragrant wind, an alluring hot body approached him from the side. Su Yu didn't need to turn his head to know who it was, so he extended his hand and said, "Lend me 5,000 merit points, and I will pay you back in the future." "Hehe, why are you still being so polite with me? What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours, isn't it?" The alluring cabinet mistress whispered softly into Su Yu's ear. Her intoxicating aura could make people lose their minds and get sucked in by her. Su Yu's expression was as clear as before, and he asked angrily, "Why did you come to me?" The alluring cabinet mistress took out her identity badge, kissed it, and passed it to Su Yu. She wore a faint smile as she asked, "Where is the badge?" Su Yu took out the badge and gave it to her. She pinched Su Yu's badge between two of her fingers. Her snow-white fingers were crystal clear, and she easily and nimbly caught Su Yu's badge. Her pretty eyes flickered as she put the two badges together. Her movements were elegant and exquisite. Even though they were simple movements, they still gave people a wonderful feeling. Su Yu's heart shuddered as he thought. What a powerful, bewitching technique. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue to clear his mind. Well, little brother, you have quite a strong willpower. Do you still need to be so vigilant against me? The alluring cabinet mistress wore a faint smile as she spoke. Su Yu took back the badge and asked calmly, "Cabinet mistress, you didn't come to me for no reason, did you?" This woman always used her bewitching technique to make Su Yu's mind fuzzy, so she surely had a motive. "Don't say that. Can't I look for you for no reason?" The alluring cabinet mistress chuckled, but when she looked at Su Yu's clear eyes, she couldn't help but feel resentful. Did a rock just pop out of it? Can't you appreciate even a little bit of my charm? You've broken my heart. Su Yu spread his hands. Can we get serious now? The alluring cabinet mistress rolled her beautiful eyes at Su Yu. She really had an impulse to strangle this lad to death. After all, there were only a few men who weren't moved by her and would prostrate themselves before her. However, Su Yu was the only exception. It seemed like he was immune to her, as he was always indifferent to her. The alluring cabinet mistress was somewhat discouraged, but she recovered her serious expression and said, "I'm here to ask you one more time on behalf of Wei Zheng. Are you willing to join the Left Palace Master's faction? This is a sincere invitation from him." Everyone could tell that Wei Zheng was reluctant when he invited him last time. It was almost written on his face. Wei Zheng. The only impression Su Yu had of this person was that he was rather arrogant. Regardless of whether he's sincere or not, "I'm not interested in joining any faction," Su Yu said sincerely. "I joined the Red Blood Palace because I want to cultivate wholeheartedly and wholeheartedly focus on the martial path. If I join any faction, I'll surely be restricted by others, and I won't be able to cultivate peacefully. So, I won't join any faction." The alluring cabinet mistress sighed softly. "I'm aware of this, but do you know that it's only by joining the left and right palace masters that you can get more cultivation resources?" Su Yu revealed a faint smile and asked, "Cabinet mistress, do you think that I lack resources?" The alluring cabinet mistress was startled by this. Su Yu was an alchemist, and he could create resources on his own. The fact that he had earned a large number of merit points in the past month was proof of this. Resources were indeed a bottleneck for disciples who lacked connections, but it wasn't the case for Su Yu. "Fine, since you are so insistent, I will reject him for you. However, you should try not to provoke either faction's people in the future, as you won't have anyone to protect you in the Red Blood Palace," the alluring cabinet mistress said. Su Yu nodded. "Cabinet mistress, many thanks for your warning." The alluring cabinet mistress left in disappointment and went back to her mansion. Xueqi and Wei Zheng were already waiting for her, and when they saw her return, their spirits rose. "Aunt, what's the situation? Did he agree?" Xueqi asked hurriedly. The alluring cabinet mistress shook her head. "He has a firm will, and he won't join any faction. So, you don't need to try to persuade him anymore." Although Xueqi had expected this, she still couldn't help but feel dispirited. "It seems like he really rejected us." As she spoke, Xueqi couldn't help but look at Wei Zheng resentfully. If he hadn't been so arrogant and looked down on Su Yu, the situation might have taken a turn for the better. After all, who knew whether Su Yu didn't want to join the Left Palace Master's faction because he was looked down upon by others? Wei Zheng's face flushed red and he became slightly angry. He doesn't know how to appreciate favors. What's so great about him? The Left Palace Master has seen many geniuses, so it wouldn't matter if he wasn't here. In the illusory fighting room, Su Yu used up his last merit points and entered it to cultivate. This time, Su Yu wanted to cultivate the 9 Dragons Devil Subduing Art. Su Yu took out the devil's hair and continued cultivating according to the cultivation technique. This cultivation technique only required a special dragon's bloodline, and it didn't require any comprehension. Thus, it saved him a lot of time and effort, and it allowed him to cultivate it quickly. This was also the reason why the Buddha's cultivation had gone berserk. The advantage of this cultivation technique was that it allowed one to cultivate it quickly, but its disadvantage was that it wasn't safe. The further one cultivated it, the greater the risk of going berserk would be. However, it was fortunate that Su Yu had only cultivated it to the early stage, so he didn't need to worry about it. Everything proceeded smoothly. After a day and a night had passed, 2 coarse dragon roars echoed from Su Yu's chest. Just the roar alone caused the entire secret cultivation room to shake. At the same time, 200-meter-long black dragons came out of Su Yu's body and revolved around his back. It seemed like 2 demonic dragons were guarding their master. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. He had managed to cultivate the 2nd level of the 9 Dragons devil-subduing art much faster than he had expected. However, when he looked at the devil's hair in his palm, which had become much dimmer, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Most of the devil's hair had already become dimmer, and only 40% of its pure demonic energy was left. It seemed like it would only be enough for him to cultivate it to the 3rd level. He still didn't know whether he would be able to find a similar demonic energy material. After Su Yu collected the devil's hair, he stood up and looked at the stone wall behind him. He then revealed a faint smile and said, "Let's try again." As he attentively looked at the stone wall, many symbols started revolving around it. Then, a proud woman's phantom image appeared on the wall. "It's you again." Su Yu was surprised by the fact that the phantom image could still retain its memories. "Are you conscious?" Su Yu was quite startled by this. Jian Wusheng's phantom image nodded. "It's a pity that the phantom image left behind by my main body contains a part of her spiritual intelligence. Is there a problem with that?" Su Yu was speechless. "There isn't a problem. Do you want to challenge me again?" Jian Wusheng's phantom image asked. Su Yu nodded. "That's right. I want to challenge you again." Jian Wusheng nodded slowly. "Fine. I wasn't willing to accept the fact that we had a draw last time, so I want to challenge you again. If you can defeat me this time, you will get my pointers. This is the reward left behind by my main body." "There's a reward? Why haven't I heard anyone mention it before?" Su Yu was startled. He had never heard Tian Renyao mention that he could get pointers if he defeated Jian Wusheng's phantom image. After all, a prefecture's king's pointers were extremely precious. Many people would probably want to obtain them even if they wanted to. What's so strange about it? "I didn't tell anyone about it, because no one can defeat me," Jian Wusheng said. Her words were filled with indescribable confidence. Su Yu was slightly expectant. "Is that so?" Jian Wusheng held her long sword in front of her chest and asked coldly, "Are you ready?" Su Yu nodded, while weaving signs with his palms in front of his chest. The fight had begun. It was still just a single sword strike. "A sword comes from the west." Jian Wusheng waved her sword, and it was still the same move. However, Su Yu was still amazed by it. This sword strike contained a charm that Su Yu couldn't describe. It transcended all sword techniques and reached a higher level. It wasn't just a sword anymore, but a vague and indistinct trajectory. After Su Yu restrained his emotions, he shouted softly. 2 fierce roars echoed from his chest, while 2 ferocious-looking demonic dragons came out of it. The 2 dragons and 1 sword were fighting in the secret room. Although the sword comes from the west was everywhere and could destroy the dragons, it was still no match for the 2 dragons' pincer attack. The sword's shadow dissipated, while the incomplete demonic dragons passed through the phantom image's body. The symbols on the stone wall started revolving and emitted bright purple ripples. "I lost, and you won." Jian Wusheng's phantom image looked at Su Yu for a long while before she muttered. Su Yu cupped his fists at her and said, "Senior, you let me win. You only used a single move, and it's impossible for you to use just a single move in a real fight." Jian Wusheng's phantom image shook her head. "This sword strike was the peak strike of my main body when I was still a level 3 fairy. Since you were able to defeat my main body in such a state, you deserve to win. I really didn't expect that someone would be able to defeat my main body's phantom image in the past 100 years." Jian Wusheng's phantom image sighed with emotion. "Lad, I will abide by my promise and guide you once. However, it will be limited to cultivation techniques, comprehension, elixirs, magical treasures, and Jojo continent's miscellaneous topics. Suyu nodded, then pondered for a moment before he said, "Senior, may I ask about the 5 Elements Mysteries art that I just got? May I ask how I should cultivate it, and where should I start cultivating it? It's a pagoda, so please guide me." Suyu didn't really understand this object, as it wasn't a cultivation technique, nor was it just a simple comprehension. It just represented the Shangguan family's inheritance. "Okay, take it out and let me have a look. I have all of the knowledge left behind by my main body, and as long as the main body has seen it, you should know how to cultivate it," Jen Wuxing's phantom image said calmly. Suyu nodded, took out the pagoda, and placed it on the ground. However, when he took it out, Jen Wuxing's phantom image was startled, then confused. She grabbed the object in her hand, and after she fixed her gaze on it for a moment, her expression changed drastically. "Where did you get it? It's impossible. This 5 Elements divine prison was already lost in the ancient era, so how could it be in your hands? 5 Elements divine prison? Isn't this the 5 Elements mysteries art?" However, when Suyu was asked about its origin, he kept his mouth shut. "Senior, you don't need to worry about its origin. You just need to tell me how to cultivate its cultivation technique." Jen Wuxing's phantom image came back to her senses, but her gaze was still fixed on the pagoda. It was only after a long while that she looked at Suyu with a grave expression. "If I were you, I would never take this object out again. Is it so serious?" Suyu's heart shuddered. "Senior, may I ask what this object is?" Chapter 836. Suyu's spirit was shaken, as he clearly knew what an Imperial Saint artifact meant. It was an item that any all-creation experts, including the 9 prefectures' kings, would fight for. Shangguan Yunqiu had just given Suyu a cultivation art, so how could it have become an Imperial Saint artifact? Suyu had a feeling that this wasn't real, and he doubted whether Jen Wuxing's words were true. "You don't need to doubt my words." Jen Wuxing's phantom image saw through Suyu's mind. The 5 Elements divine prison is ranked 9,000 on the ancient gods list of 10,000 weapons. It's rumored that it was once owned by an ancient faction, but after that faction was split apart, the 5 Elements divine prison disappeared along with it. Suyu was shocked. This wasn't the first time he had heard of the ancient gods list of 10,000 weapons. When Tianjizi had passed on the Imperial Saint artifact, the Milky Way star sand, to Suyu, he had said that the Milky Way star sand was ranked 21st on the list of 10,000 weapons. Suyu couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the ancient gods list of 10,000 weapons again. It seemed like the divine weapons ranked on the list of 10,000 weapons were at least Imperial Saint artifacts. This was because even the 5 Elements divine prison, which was ranked at the bottom, was an Imperial Saint artifact. "Senior, what's the use of the 5 Elements divine prison?" Suyu asked. The Milky Way star sand was extremely powerful, and he wondered whether the 5 Elements divine prison, which was ranked at the bottom, was also powerful. Jen Wuxing took a look at Suyu and said, "The information about the list of 10,000 weapons isn't a secret at the all-creation level, so I don't mind telling you. The 5 Elements divine prison was famous in the antiquity time. It had the ability to seal the sky and trap the earth. No matter if it was the human sovereign, the ancient demon emperor, or the celestial demon who ruled the world, once they were imprisoned in the 5 Elements divine prison, they would never be able to escape, unless the owner of the 5 Elements divine prison released them," Jen Wuxing said seriously. "In the Jojo continent, even if one becomes a Jojo emperor, he won't get the chance to touch an Imperial Saint artifact." Jen Wuxing's phantom image's eyes were burning with passion as she looked at Suyu and said, "Lad, this Imperial Saint artifact is a disaster for you, so why don't you give it to my main body? Of course, I won't let you suffer any losses. As long as you are willing, I can make you my only disciple. You can take over the lifeless sword prefecture in the future and become one of the world's 9 kings." Sure enough, Jen Wuxing's desire for possession of this object was stronger than ever. Who would be able to control their emotions when such a shocking emperor-based saint weapon had appeared? If a prefecture's king held this item in his hand, who in the 9 states could fight him? When the central prefecture's king discovered that Suyu possessed the divine 9-dragon cauldron, he didn't hesitate to mobilize 5 all-creation realm experts to hunt him down. The conditions proposed by Jen Wusheng were extremely tempting. She was the last disciple of a prefecture's king and the future master of the lifeless sword prefecture. Since then, the central prefecture's king had to restrain himself and would never dare to attack Su Yu again. If Su Yu had been an ordinary person, he would have been so shocked that he would have lost his ability to think. However, Su Yu had the divine 9-dragon cauldron and the Milky Way star sand. An exchange would indeed bring Su Yu unimaginable benefits. However, Su Yu had never pursued status. What he wanted was power. Only when one was strong could one truly be strong. Therefore, sacrificing a powerful and heaven-defying emperor-based saint artifact in exchange for a position did not conform to Su Yu's philosophy. Before I answer, can I ask you a question? Su Yu's eyes lit up as he asked, I want to know whether Jen Wusheng's main body knows about everything that happened here. If she knew about it, then the existence of the 5 elements divine prison would have already been known by her. Hence, it would be better for Su Yu to take a step back and agree to her request. However, if she didn't know about it, Jen Wusheng's phantom image's eyes flickered and a conflicted look appeared on her face. After a long while, she looked at Su Yu and sighed in a low voice. It's a pity that my main body only left behind a phantom image and didn't leave behind any means of communication. I will disappear completely after being defeated, so my main body won't know about everything that happened here. A bitter look appeared on her face as she said, my main body's biggest mistake in my life was missing such an opportunity. Sigh. Maybe it's just my fate. The phantom image contained Jen Wusheng's main body's personality. Judging from her behavior, it seemed like she was a decent person. She didn't seem angry, disappointed, or remorseful. Su Yu heaved a sigh of relief. It's a pity that I can't hand it over to your main body for the time being. Rather than relying on others to survive, I hope to reach the pinnacle of the martial path myself. Jen Wusheng remained silent for a long time. Then, she sighed softly and said, if I get it, I'll be lucky. If I don't, I'll be doomed. Forget it. It's better that I don't know about it. If I focus on my swordsmanship, I might be able to break through the shackles with the sword in my hand. She had already accepted her fate and recovered her composure. Now, I will answer your first question. How can I cultivate the seals inside? Actually, the 5 elemental profundity you mentioned is the magic art to control this emperor-based saint weapon. However, you mistook the 5 elemental profundity for a cultivation method, Jen Wusheng said patiently. Su Yu was bewildered. It seemed like the Shangguan family didn't know that it was an imperial saint artifact when they got it. As for the control technique, they immediately practiced it on the spot. Sure enough, Jen Wusheng said, to cultivate the control technique, you must first communicate with the saint artifact's artifact spirit. Only then can you master every step of control under its guidance. Excitement appeared in Su Yu's eyes. Then, how can I communicate with the saint artifact's artifact spirit? Su Yu looked at the artifact spirit and tried to use his soul eyes. However, he couldn't penetrate the 5 elements divine tower. His soul power, which was trying to probe it, was all bounced back. Communicating with the artifact spirit requires the soul power of an all-creation expert. Although your soul power is pretty good, it's still far from enough, Jen Wusheng said. All creation. Su Yu felt as if he had just been splashed with a bucket of cold water. However, as your reward for defeating me, I will guide you in your cultivation, and I will also help you communicate with it. Jen Wusheng's phantom image looked at the 5 elements divine prison. The space between her brows split open, and a pure, dazzling beam of light shot out of it and entered the 5 elements divine prison. Jen Wusheng's phantom image closed her eyes tightly, and her face twitched slightly. It seemed like communicating with the artifact spirit wasn't an easy task. Su Yu felt that something was amiss, and when he was about to stop Jen Wusheng's phantom image, she suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze was filled with surprise as she said, the 5 elements divine prison's internal space is too vast, and searching for the artifact spirit is more difficult than I imagined. Confusion flickered in Su Yu's eyes as he looked at Jen Wusheng's phantom image. He wondered. What's with the painful look on her face a moment ago? Don't I have any recollection of it? Well, did you manage to find the artifact spirit? Su Yu asked. Jian Wusheng's phantom image nodded. Yes, I found it, but it's a pity that the Five Elements divine prison has existed for too long, and the artifact spirit's spiritual nature is quite weak. So, it will probably disappear from this world. Su Yu was already mentally prepared for this, as it seemed like his divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron and Milky Way Star Sand didn't have any artifact spirits. I will help you summon it, and it will depend on you whether you can get its acknowledgement and teach you the controlling technique, Jian Wusheng's phantom image said. Her phantom image gradually disappeared, turning into many symbols that dissipated in the secret room. Her gaze was still fixed on Su Yu, and she wore a faint smile as she said, I hope that one day, we will meet in the Jojo continent. I wish you good luck, lucky lad. After she spoke, she disappeared completely. Su Yu stood up and cupped his hands respectfully. Senior, many thanks for teaching me. I'm really grateful for it. At this moment, the Five Elements divine prison's colorless radiance permeated the area, while a dignified voice drifted out of the Five Elements divine prison. Is the person who got the Five Elements divine prison still a human? Sigh. I will have to spend a lot of effort to teach him the demon clan's language. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he asked in surprise, the demon clan's language? He had gotten Yun Yaz's lifetime research, and he knew all living beings' languages and words. Although he couldn't say that he was proficient in them, he could still communicate with them. This voice was the demon clan's language. Well, a human who is proficient in the demon clan's language? A surprised voice echoed from the Five Elements divine prison. It seemed quite surprised. Just after this, the Five Elements divine prison trembled slightly, while a dark green flood dragon, which was as big as a thumb, flew out of the Five Elements divine prison and stood atop it. The dark green flood dragon was vivid and lifelike, as if it was a living creature. However, in Su Yu's soul eyes, it was just a weak soul body, which wasn't even as strong as a level 1 fairy's soul. If Su Yu wanted to, he could destroy it at any time. Are you an artifact spirit? Su Yu tried to converse in the demon clan's language. Although the black-green water dragon was small, it was very majestic. It slightly nodded and praised, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet a human who is proficient in our language. In this way, the Five Elements divine prison will have a successor. As he spoke, the black-green water dragon stood up like a human, and its shadow gradually expanded. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 feet tall, and it was at the same level as Su Yu. Human, this demon is the artifact spirit of the Five Elements divine prison. You can call me Yuan Jiao. Yuan Jiao said, I have lived for 10,000 years and served 9 masters of the human race. You are the 10th. Su Yu raised his brows and asked suspiciously, are you really an artifact spirit? How could an emperor-based saint weapon belong to the demon clan? Unexpectedly, Yuan Jiao couldn't help but purse his lips and laugh, ha ha ha, the ignorant are truly fearless. The human clan's emperor-based saint weapon? The human clan is ranked at the bottom of the list of myriad beings. You can't even control your own life and death. How could you have an emperor-based saint weapon? The list of eternal beings? What was that? Apart from the human race, were there many more powerful creatures? All of this was foreign information to Su Yu. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to serve a human as my master. Your human race's cultivation is low, and your lifespan is short. Learning how to control the Five Elements divine prison requires you to spend your whole life. Moreover, just after you learn how to control it, you will die because your lifespan will come to an end. So, I will have no choice but to serve a new master. If it was an outstanding demon clan member, he would have been able to control it in just 300 years. Moreover, the demon clan has a lifespan of 10 million years, so they can control the Five Elements divine prison for a long time. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. You don't need to compromise and serve a human. Yuan Jiao, who was standing proudly, snorted and said, I'm an artifact spirit, and it's my duty to teach my master how to control a divine artifact. Upon hearing his sophistry, Su Yu replied calmly, is that so? Why do I feel like you are compromising because you are afraid of dying? Even though Su Yu had never come into contact with an artifact spirit, he still understood that an artifact spirit also needed to be nurtured. An artifact spirit that didn't have a master would become weaker after being nurtured for a long time. Now, it was so weak that it was only at the level 1 fairy realm. If no one nurtured it, it would probably die. Yet, it still dared to put on airs in front of Su Yu. Yuan Jiao glared at him angrily. Human lad, you, however, he didn't manage to finish his words before Su Yu interrupted him. Su Yu snorted coldly and said, "Listen to me clearly. Since you want to continue living as an artifact spirit, then don't put on airs in front of me. It doesn't matter to me whether you are an Imperial Saint artifact or not. If you aren't willing to do your best to help me control the 5 elements divine prison, then I will suppress you forever until you die." Upon hearing this, Yuan Jiao didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "It doesn't matter to me whether I have you or not. Ignorant lad, your tone is really arrogant. Isn't an Imperial Saint artifact something that a human like you can meddle with?" His words came to an abrupt end, as Su Yu's right palm was filled with layers of the Milky Way's starlight. It's the Milky Way star sand, ranked 21st on the Ancient Gods' 10,000 weapons list. Yuan Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air. It thought it was a great fortune for a human brat to possess an Emperor-based saint weapon that was ranked 9,000. However, it did not expect the human brat to possess a supreme-grade Emperor-based saint weapon that was ranked 21st. Chapter 837. Su Yu took back the Milky Way star sand and said calmly, "You don't need to know who I am. I just want to inform you that a trifling sacred artifact ranked 9,000 isn't worth much in my eyes. If you make me unhappy, I can bury you in a place that no one can find and wait for you to be destroyed by time." Yuan Jiao was infuriated, but when he looked at Su Yu's right palm, he became really worried. He already had a top-grade Imperial Saint artifact ranked 21st, so he might not really care about a mere Imperial Saint artifact ranked 9,000. After struggling internally for a while, Yuan Jiao's palm shrank until it was only as tall as Su Yu's chest. What he didn't know was that Su Yu was secretly heaving a sigh of relief, while excitement flickered in his eyes. How could Su Yu not be happy about getting an Imperial Saint artifact? He hadn't expected that he would succeed in subduing the arrogant artifact spirit. "If you don't have anything else to say, then let's start learning how to control the 5 elements divine prison," Su Yu said calmly. Yuan Jiao didn't hesitate, and he stopped looking down on Su Yu. To control the 5 elements divine prison, you just need to cultivate the complete 5 elements mysteries art, Yuan Jiao said. "Which version of the 5 elements mysteries art do you want to cultivate?" Su Yu raised his brows. "Does the 5 elements mysteries art have different versions?" "That's right. The 5 elements mysteries art has a human language version, as well as a demon language version. I translated the human language version so that it would be easier for my 9 previous masters to read and understand it. This meant that the Shangguan family's ancestors had cultivated the human language version all along. Is there any difference between them?" Su Yu asked. Yuan Jiao replied solemnly, "There is obviously a difference. The 5 elements mysteries art is actually about the comprehension of the 5 elements, and it can only be understood, but it can't be explained. The version that I translated is my comprehension, and it's written in human language, so its content isn't even 50% of the real 5 elements mysteries art. Even if you learn the complete version, you will only be able to control half of the 5 elements divine prison's power." He then added, "As for the demon language version, it's the original version, and it contains a great amount of comprehension. If you want to completely master the 5 elements mysteries art and use the 5 elements divine tower's power, you will have to comprehend the demon language version." Su Yu's heart thumped. He knew the demon clan's language, so he obviously wanted to comprehend the most primitive version of the 5 elements mysteries art. Thinking of this, Su Yu could not help but feel grateful for Yun Yaz's gift. This was an indescribably great wealth, and its usefulness was becoming more apparent. "How do I read the demon clan's version?" Su Yu asked bluntly. Yuan Jiao's eyes flashed, revealing a look of joy. "Good. It would be great if you can understand the fiend race's language. The sooner you can control the holy artifact, the sooner I can recover to my peak state." Without any hesitation, Yuan Jiao flew back into the 5 elements divine prison. At the same time, a large number of complex runes that flickered with golden light revolved around the five elements' divine prison. They looked like a group of mysterious fireflies. The five elements' profound meaning arts has a total of 900 demon clan characters. Each character contains 9,900 intent domains. It takes 100 days for a human to comprehend one character. It will take at least 300 years to comprehend all 900 demon clan characters. If you want to master the five elements' divine prison as soon as possible, you should start now. Suyu thought for a moment, then tried to use a wisp of his soul energy to touch the first symbol. In an instant, Suyu's soul energy seemed to have run into a powerful vortex, which engulfed it. Shortly after, Suyu's consciousness appeared in a splendid golden sky. The sky was brimming with 5 different auras: gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Suyu identified them one by one, and he couldn't help but be slightly astonished. What a peaceful and harmonious aura of the 5 element. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, and if they were slightly unstable, they would be annihilated and thrown into disorder. However, the 5 elements' auras in this space were quite stable. While Suyu was observing them, the 5 elements' auras started transforming into disorder, just as Suyu had expected. The 5 elements were mutually annihilating each other, which caused the 5 elements' auras to decrease rapidly. The 5 elements were the origin of all living things, and all matter originated from the 5 elements' foundation. This splendid golden sky was also formed by the 5 elements. The 5 elements' annihilation caused the space to collapse and scatter. In an instant, the world was torn apart, and everything turned into a primal chaos. Suyu was in a daze, and he couldn't distinguish between reality and reality. At this moment, a wisp of the 5 elements' aura appeared in the depths of the chaotic world. It was extremely weak, like a sapling, and it seemed like it would disappear at any moment. However, the 5 elements' auras stimulated each other, and they relied on each other to gradually strengthen themselves. In the end, the whole world was filled with the 5 elements' auras. Then, a scene that surprised Suyu appeared. The earth element's aura settled and turned into soil, which then turned into a continent. The water element's aura fused and turned into rain, which nourished the earth. The wood element's aura descended and turned into grass and trees, which covered the world. The metal element's aura settled and turned into a mountain range, which stood tall in the world. The fire element's aura ignited, burning the mountains and warming the surroundings. This is the creation of a world, Suyu murmured, as if he had caught onto something. Then, the 5 elements' world reached its peak, and chaos appeared again before it was annihilated. The world once again fell into chaos after its destruction. The cycle repeated itself, and the world was destroyed, reborn, destroyed again, and reborn again. Suyu felt like he had experienced countless years, and he was lost in deep thought. In the outside world, Yuan Jiao stuck his head out, looked at Suyu, who was lost in thought, and said calmly, "I have to wait at least 100 days before he can comprehend a single demon clan's character." Sigh. Why did it fall into the hands of the humans this time? I don't have much time left. Yuan Jiao still had a great sense of superiority over the humans. If it was one of my demon clan's outstanding geniuses, they would probably be able to comprehend a single character in 2 or 3 days. Yuan Jiao sighed helplessly, then retracted his head. I will come back after 100 days. If this lad can comprehend a single character in 100 days, then he will have an outstanding comprehension ability. If he can't, then I will have to find a way to escape from his control and look for another master. However, when he was about to retract his head, he was startled, and he stared at one of the 900 demon clan's characters. He could see that one of the characters, which was flickering with golden light, was quickly fading away, and it disappeared into nothingness. Yuan Jiao's eyes widened, and he said in shock, the concept of the demon clan's characters was comprehended completely. It's impossible. How long had it been? Not even an hour had passed. Even my demon clan's peerless geniuses can't comprehend it in 2 hours. In Yuan Jiao's eyes, humans were just lowly creatures, and they couldn't rival the demon clan. However, Suyu's performance had surpassed his understanding. At this moment, Suyu opened his eyes slowly, and there was still some kind of concept left in them. If one observed him carefully, they would discover that the 5 elements aura around his body was even denser than in the outside world. However, as it became more distinct, it started fading away. The 5 elements are the foundation of the world, and all living things were born from them, while they were also destroyed by them. I have to control the 5 elements, Suyu muttered to himself as he extended his palm and clawed at the air in front of him. A faintly discernible 5-colored aura immediately revolved around his fist. Yuan Jiao's pupils contracted as he exclaimed, "He has already touched the 5 elements will manipulation realm. What is he?" Yuan Jiao pondered this matter intensely. Is he really a human? Such a terrifying comprehension ability can only be possessed by one of the legendary high-grade clans, the Goddess Clan. But, the Goddess Clan's members are all women, so which clan does this youth belong to? Yuan Jiao felt like Suyu couldn't be a human, and that he should belong to some unknown and mysterious clan. Will manipulation realm? Suyu had heard this term from Yuan Jiao, and it wasn't the first time he had heard it. It seemed like Bing Wuxin had already cultivated the sword manipulation realm. Suyu didn't know what kind of realm it was, but he understood it from the Demon Clan's characters. Everything had a limit, and no matter how brilliant a sword technique was, it would still have a limit. In a sword cultivator's eyes, this limit was just a shackle that would lead them to an even more brilliant sword doctrine. A mediocre person would stop before the shackle, and his sword techniques would stop there. A genius would break through the shackle and step into a brand new sword doctrine. The realm after the shackle was the sword manipulation realm. As for Suyu, in Yuan Jiao's eyes, Suyu had only experienced 2 hours. Only Yuan Jiao knew that he had already experienced 500 hours due to the time acceleration. Every 2 hours, Suyu would experience the world's destruction and rebirth 100 times. Between rebirth and destruction, Suyu had come into contact with the 5 elements' true essence, which loosened his shackle. In the past, he was proficient in ice, fire, and lightning, but he had stopped before the fairy realm, unable to advance any further. Now, he understood the reason why he had stopped advancing, as he hadn't stepped onto a higher and vaster path. As he held the 5 elements aura ring, Suyu felt like a brand new world had opened up to him. He had come into contact with the 5 elements will manipulation realm, which meant that he was like the 5 elements, while the 5 elements were like him. However, he still had a long way to go before he could step into this realm. The strange look in Suyu's eyes gradually disappeared, and he regained his senses. Right at this moment, a ding sound echoed out, and the stone door opened by itself. The illusory fighting room had come to an end. Suyu immediately collected the divine prison and put it in his spatial ring. Then, he restrained his 5 elements aura as if nothing had happened, and his expression returned to normal as he leisurely strode out of the illusory fighting room. After he had finished cultivating, it was time for him to go to the mission hall and accept the mission that would take him to Tianya City. However, when Suyu stepped out of the stone room, all of the symbols on the stone room's walls exploded. At the same time, a bright light shot out of it and soared into the sky. The light was so intense that it illuminated the surrounding 10,000 miles. It wasn't just the outer sanctum that was illuminated by it, as even the deepest part of the fairy confining forest was illuminated by it. In the inner sanctum, Mo Tianxian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened her pretty eyes, while her expression changed. Jian Wuxing's phantom image was defeated by someone. In a secret room, an extremely beautiful and proud woman also looked at the sky. She stood up abruptly, clenched her fists, and asked coldly, "Who was it? Who was the one who beat me to it and defeated her phantom? Who was it?" In the outer sanctum, the great palace master suddenly opened his eyes, and shock appeared on his face. Jian Wuxing's phantom image was defeated in the illusory fighting room. Who was it? The 2 lesser palace masters also flew up into the sky, and as they looked at the bright light, they were shocked beyond words. Her phantom image was destroyed by a single strike. Was it done by an outer sanctum disciple? Both the outer sanctum, including the Demon Mountain and the ordinary disciples' residences, were filled with people, and they all raised their heads to look at this magnificent sight. Chapter 838. In the fighting room. Even Suyu was startled by such a great disturbance. When Su Yu sensed such a great disturbance, he didn't dare to stay here any longer, so he quickly left before anyone came over. However, it was a pity that, even though he reacted quickly, there were many Outer Sanctum disciples cultivating in the public fighting room next to the illusory fighting room. So, how could he avoid their eyes? It's Su Yuxian, the supreme central demon. He came out of that secret room. I also saw him. I remember him. He's the Su Yuxian who defeated Xiao Qingfeng in the exam. It's him. Before the exam, he fought Jian Wusheng to a draw, and after the exam, he unexpectedly defeated Jian Wusheng. He must have concealed a great power during the exam. This news spread like wildfire, and in just a few hours, all of the Outer Sanctum's people knew about it. In the alluring Cabinet Mistress mansion, Wei Zhang and Xue Qi were bidding farewell to the alluring Cabinet Mistress. The Outer Sanctum's exam had ended, and they knew which new disciples were outstanding. So, they just needed to hand over their information to the left palace master. As for who would join their camp, they would need to consult the higher-ups. Aunt, if you need any help, just let me know. I will immediately go back to the Outer Sanctum. Xue Qi tried to persuade her aunt to go back to the Inner Sanctum, but she refused. Wei Zheng said, Xue Lian, I've troubled you for the past few days, so let's bid farewell here. If Su Yuxian goes back on his word and wants to join the left palace master's camp, please tell him to come to the Inner Sanctum to see me. I will test him again. In his opinion, Su Yu would surely regret his actions one day. The more he lived in the Outer Sanctum, the more he understood that if he wanted to cultivate, he would need to rely on a great faction. However, at that time, if Su Yu wanted to join the left palace master's camp again, he would have to beg him. The alluring cabinet mistress couldn't help but sigh when she mentioned Su Yu. All of a sudden, a bright beam of light shot into the sky, causing the whole world to be engulfed in a dazzling white light. It's coming from the fighting room. The three of them were all divine master experts, so they could barely discern the direction of the white light. The alluring cabinet mistress was startled. It's Jian Wusheng's phantom image. It's rumored that once someone defeats the phantom image, the stone wall's runes will self-destruct. Wei Zheng's pupils contracted. Jian Wusheng was defeated. They all knew the phantom left by Jian Wusheng could adjust its strength according to the challenger's cultivation base. Regardless of whether it was a first-grade fairy, a first-grade almighty, or an all-creation expert, none of them had ever been able to defeat Jian Wusheng, who had the same cultivation level as them. She was an undefeated legend. If someone was able to defeat her, it was enough to show that that person was stronger than Jian Wusheng at the same time. If that person grew up, it was possible that he would reach Jian Wusheng's level. His breathing quickened as he said in shock, "Who has such talent?" He defeated Jian Wusheng, who was at the same realm as him. All of a sudden, the alluring cabinet master, Xue Qi, and Wei Zheng shivered, and a figure appeared in their minds. It was Su Yuxian. Could it be her? Xue Qi asked in disbelief. The difference between a draw and a victory was too great. The alluring cabinet master's eyes were filled with delight, and she muttered to herself, if it's just limited to the Outer Sanctum, then it can only be Su Yu. Wei Zheng's body trembled, and his eyes became blank. It's him. If he could defeat Jian Wusheng, his terrifying aptitude would surely make him famous in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, and even in the Jojo continent. Any force would spare no cost to rope in such an outstanding talent. If the left palace master learned about it, he would surely try to rope him in as well. Moreover, if he learned that this person was lost to him, just thinking about it caused Wei Zheng's face to turn pale, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He felt like weeping, but no tears would come out of it. He couldn't help but blame Su Yu. Since you have such potential, why didn't you show it earlier? Otherwise, you wouldn't have had such an attitude when we first met. Even though he was complaining, Wei Zheng still reacted quickly. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and rushed toward the fighting room without waiting for the two people beside him. In the Inner Sanctum, many black afterimages were streaking across the sky. It seemed like there were three groups of people fighting each other, as if they were chasing something. Senior Brother Lu, we just returned to the Inner Sanctum, yet Jian Wusheng's phantom image was defeated by someone. Did that person set himself against us on purpose? Junior sister, his face darkened. They had just returned to the inner sanctum, yet a pillar of light had appeared behind them. In the end, they were ordered by their junior sister Bing to return to the outer sanctum to investigate who had done it. As a matter of fact, they already knew what had happened. In the outer sanctum, the only possible culprit was the outer sanctum disciple called Su Yuxian. Senior brother Lu's eyes flickered with surprise, and he said in a grave voice, "Junior sister this isn't important anymore. We must find Su Yuxian before they do." Junior sister he followed senior brother Lu's gaze and discovered two groups of inner sanctum disciples not far behind them. Junior sister he raised her eyelids slightly and said solemnly, "It's the left palace master and right palace master's higher-ups. They unexpectedly showed themselves." Senior brother Lu nodded. "Yes, this matter is too sensational. Even the inner palace's great palace master and palace master Mo will pay attention to it. We must find out who did it before they do. It would be best if we can invite them to the inner sanctum and hand them over to junior sister Bing." Junior sister his expression became solemn. She nodded and rushed toward the outer sanctum at full speed. The inner sanctum's 3 great palace masters, 4 great demons, and Wei Zheng's group of 3 people quickly rushed toward the fighting room. The great palace master's face was solemn. He stood in front of the secret room, staring at the destroyed runes on the wall, and said in a low voice, "Did anyone see which disciple came out from inside?" Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, the fighting room was overcrowded, but most people had just arrived. At this time, an excited and trembling voice came from the crowd, "This disciple saw it." Swish. Pairs of sharp eyes searched quickly, and soon found a disciple of the Shangguan family in the crowd. The great palace master's eyes flashed. He flipped his sleeves, and an invisible force brought the disciple of the Shangguan family in front of him. "What's your name?" The great palace master sized him up. The disciple of the Shangguan family didn't even dare to breathe in front of him. He lowered his head and said, "I'm Shangguan Fei, a disciple of the Shangguan family in the south." This person was none other than Shangguan Fei of the Shangguan family. "Yes, Shangguan Fei, right? Tell me, did you see the person who appeared with your own eyes?" The great palace master stared at him. Shangguan Fei's legs went soft, and he was extremely nervous in front of the great palace master. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." "Who is it?" The great palace master's eyes lit up, and his voice became excited. Shangguan Fei's body shivered, and he almost fell to the ground. He said hurriedly, "It's Su Yuxian, it's him. I can't be wrong, as I've known him for a long time, and I can't be wrong." The crowd immediately went into an uproar. "It's really him. The central demon is supreme. I already said it was him. It's really him. He fought Jian Wusheng to a draw, and he even defeated Jian Wusheng. There's no one else in the outer sanctum besides him." Hiss. "Our outer sanctum really has a monstrous genius. He's just a level 3 fairy, and if his cultivation level continues to increase, won't his fighting prowess rival an almighty divine master?" The great palace master's pupils contracted slightly. He was surprised, but he also felt that it was reasonable, as Su Yuxian was the most likely candidate in the outer sanctum. The 2 lesser palace masters were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. They couldn't believe that the young man they had taken a fancy to possessed such terrifying potential. A level 3 fairy had defeated Jian Wusheng, who was at the level 3 fairy realm. If he could maintain such a fighting prowess that could defeat Jian Wusheng in the same realm, he might become another legendary genius in the Red Blood Palace. The 4 demons all wore different expressions. Bai Shanliang wore a faint smile, as he wasn't surprised by this, while Tian Renyao's eyes lit up. The little demoness rolled her black eyes and muttered in a low voice, "This stinky guy is really so powerful. Well, I didn't ask Uncle Lan to protect him in vain." Bing Wuxin couldn't help but hold the sword in her hand, her fighting spirit surging. Good. I haven't run into a worthy opponent for a long time. Su Yuxian, we will have to fight in the end." The crowd started discussing this matter, all of them exclaiming in admiration. Su Yuxian's name had been engraved in the hearts of all of the outer sanctum's disciples. The great palace master's eyes flickered as he asked, "Where did he go after that?" Shangguan Fei smiled bitterly and replied, "I didn't see him. After the strange phenomenon appeared, he immediately disappeared. He escaped. The crowd dispersed at the same time, all of them going to look for Su Yu. Even if they couldn't befriend him, it would still be beneficial for them to get acquainted with him. In fact, many male disciples even brought their beautiful female companions with them. While the crowd was looking for Su Yu, he had already reached the mission hall. This was his second time coming to the mission hall. The first time was when he accepted the Elegant Spirit Mountains mission, and this time, he used the Fish Dragon Badge's privileges to accept Chenya City's shopkeeper's mission. When he went to the mission hall once again, he found that it was much colder than before. There wasn't even a single disciple here, apart from the managers who were in charge of this place. Su Yu sweated inwardly as he thought to himself, didn't I cause too much of a disturbance? After all, it was all because of Su Yu alone that the outer sanctum streets were empty. Now that he had shown off too much, it was reasonable for him to leave the sanctum for a while. Hence, he decided to accept a mission and leave the sanctum. The mission hall's mission list was divided into the human list and the ghost list. The human list was just an ordinary mission, and whoever got it first would get to carry it out. Usually, there would be more than 1,000 disciples waiting there every day, all of them fighting over the better missions. As for the ghost list, it was a special list. The missions on it were either extremely dangerous or extremely difficult to complete, and they could only be completed with special requirements. Su Yu still remembered that there was a mission on the ghost list that hadn't been completed in the past 10 years, and its reward was 3 million merit points. Many inner sanctum disciples had accepted it, but none of them had managed to complete it. They had all died in the process. When Su Yu arrived in front of the ghost list, he looked at the skinny old man sitting in front of it. He then took out the Fish Dragon badge and said, I want to accept Chenya City's mission and take over a shopkeeper's position. The old man raised his eyelids and examined Su Yu calmly. He then took the Fish Dragon badge and examined it. As he caressed it with his palm, the number 50 appeared on it. The 50th floor's privilege allows you to go to Chenya City once and take over a shopkeeper's position for a month. However, the floor's privilege is too low, and it's only limited to the lowest grade shops. The old man then said, there are 100 of the lowest grade shops, and there are only 3 vacant shopkeepers. Which one do you want to choose? The old man took out a document, which had a detailed introduction of the 3 shops. Chapter 839. The Golden Stone Hall, which purchases and sells all kinds of ores and materials, has a debt of 100,000 crystals. The Sweet Tea Garden, which specializes in tea houses and prostitutes, has a debt of 30,000 crystals. The Tonglin Elixir Store, which purchases and sells all kinds of elixirs, has a debt of 300,000 crystals. Su Yu was speechless when he read through the list. Why are they all in debt? The skinny old man replied calmly, the well-run stores have already been selected by others. You can choose these if you want. Su Yu squinted his eyes. This old man's temper wasn't good. Well, may I ask if these debts will affect me? Su Yu asked. The old man replied without raising his head, since you have accepted the shopkeeper's position, the debts will naturally be counted on you. If the debts still exist after a month, the amount will be deducted from your merit points. According to the rules, if you owe 100,000 crystals, 1,000 merit points will be deducted from your account. Su Yu's eyes flickered. If I turn my losses into profits and earn 100,000 crystals, will I get an additional 1,000 merit points? The old man nodded. That's right, but you shouldn't get your hopes up. You're lucky that you didn't suffer any losses. You still want to earn money? Hee hee. Su Yu's expression didn't change at all. I accept the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper's position. The old man's face stiffened. He thought he had misheard him. You want this elixir store that owes 300,000 crystals? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Without waiting for him to retort, Su Yu said calmly, your duty is just to issue missions, and it's not up to you to decide whether or not they can be completed. The old man's face became flushed as he stared coldly at Su Yu. After a long while, the old man nodded coldly. Fine. I'll give you the mission. He took out half a wooden fish from his sleeves. The patterns on its fracture were quite complicated, and it also contained a wisp of divine light. This is a token. Go to the Red Blood Palace's headquarters in Tianya City. There is a shopkeeper there, who is in charge of all businesses. Give this token to him, and he will arrange for you to work in the Tonglin elixir store. The old man threw it at Su Yu and snorted coldly. I wish you good luck. Su Yu took the token and said calmly, same to you. After leaving the mission hall, Su Yu left the outer sanctum and went to Tianya City, which was located at the border of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and the central prefecture. Not long after he left, the old man's eyes flashed. A bee flew out from his sleeves and flew towards a certain place in the immortal confining forest. There, two figures were standing side by side, talking about something. Shao family head, regarding Su Yuxian's matter, I am powerless. If Su Yu was here, he would surely recognize that this youth, whose face was as pale as a corpse, was none other than Laroari. He then said, in order to kill Su Yuxian, I sent 2 inner sanctum divine master level disciples, but they died mysteriously in the elegant spirit mountain. Now, Su Yuxian has shone brilliantly in the quarterly assessment and has been noticed by the Right Palace Master. If I attack him again, once the Right Palace Master finds out, he will definitely not spare me. Standing beside him was the Shao family's master, who had been waiting in the fairy confining forest for a month. He was eager to take revenge for his son, and if he did not kill Su Yu, he would not be able to rest or eat in peace. Upon hearing that Laroari had given up on chasing after him, his eyes turned dark red like an enraged beast. What did you say? I gave you 1,000,000 crystals, and you promised me that you would definitely kill Su Yu. Now, you want to go back on your word. However, Laroari wasn't afraid of the Shao family's master at all. He said coldly, Shao family's master, you still don't understand the situation in the outer sanctum. Your Shao clan's disciple, Shao Qingfeng, was executed by the great palace master because he gave himself away. I don't want to follow in his footsteps. To be honest, if it weren't for your Shao Chuanguang, I wouldn't have accepted your task. Shao Chuanguang was the right palace master's disciple, and he was ranked 10th among the talented disciples. He was also a member of the Shao family. There was a reason why Shao Qingfeng could hold such an important position in the outer sanctum, and Shao Chuanguang was the reason behind it. He was highly regarded by the right palace master's camp, and even Laroari couldn't compare to him. It was only because of him and because he had assumed that killing Su Yu was a sure thing that he had accepted this mission. He didn't expect that Su Yu would be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, he was highly regarded by the right palace master, so he couldn't attack him rashly. The Shao family's master's face was filled with anger, but he couldn't show it. It was at this moment that a bee flew over. The Shao family's master's expression changed slightly, and he grabbed the bee and placed it next to his ear. After listening to it, a hideous smile appeared on his face. Su Yuxian, you didn't take the path to heaven, but you still insisted on barging into hell. You still dare to go out alone at such a time. You are really courting death. Laroari raised his brows, while a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Are you saying that he left the outer sanctum by himself? The Shao family's master nodded. That's right. I bribed the mission hall's ghost list's deputy hall master, and once Su Yu accepted the mission and left, he would inform me immediately. Now, he told me that Su Yu accepted Tianya City's shopkeeper's mission and just left the sanctum. He is now on his way to Tianya City. This bee recorded the aura of the fish dragon badge on his body, so as long as we have this bee, we will be able to catch up to him. Laroari started pondering this, while his expression became gloomy. If Su Yu was in the sanctum, Laroari wouldn't dare to attack him even if he was given 100 guts. But, if he left alone and could kill Su Yu without anyone noticing, then the right palace master wouldn't blame him for offending Su Yu after he died. Laroari had a sinister character, so if he felt that this plan was feasible, he wouldn't hesitate. It's a good idea, but I can't attack him myself. If Su Yu escapes and the news gets back to the sanctum, I'll be finished. Laroari's eyes flickered as he said, why don't you attack him yourself? It's better to kill your enemy than to have someone else do it for you. The Shao family's master snorted and said, do you think that I don't want to? But, I received news yesterday that I need to rush back to the Shao family to take care of an extremely important matter. I've already been delayed for a day, so I can't delay any longer. I don't have time to hunt down Suyu, so I still need you to take care of this matter. Laro Ari was a sinister and vigilant person. I'm sorry, but it's not convenient for me to show myself. Laro Ari's eyes flickered as he said, but I can persuade the mission hall's ghost list's deputy hall master. With his level 1 almighty cultivation, it's more than enough for him to get rid of Suyu. I will also give him the assistance of several level 9 fairy realm disciples, and he will surely succeed. The Shao family's master's expression softened, and he asked hesitantly, but, is Deputy Hall Master Qi willing? After all, this matter is quite risky, and once it's exposed, he won't be able to gain a foothold in the Red Blood Palace. Laro Ari revealed a sinister smile. Since he accepted your money and divulged Suyu's whereabouts for you twice, it's obvious that he's a greedy person. As long as the price is high enough, you can surely invite him. After he mulled this over for a moment, the Shao family's master nodded and said, Fine, I will leave this matter to you. I won't take back the 1,000,000 crystals I gave you, but you must bribe him to help you. Of course. Laro Ari chuckled. They parted ways here, and the Shao family's master rushed back quickly. It seemed like he really had an urgent matter to attend to. After Laro Ari returned to the sanctum, he went straight to the mission hall. After Laro Ari ascertained that there was no one around, he moved his lips and compressed his vital energy to transmit it to him. The skinny old man, who was Division Deputy Hall Master Qi, shook his head and sneered coldly. Laro Ari, do you think that it's so easy to fool me? Once this matter is exposed, I won't have a foothold in the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. This deal is too risky, so I can't accept it. Laro Ari revealed a calm smile and said, Is that so? You don't want to accept a deal that's worth 500,000 crystals? You've been in the Red Blood Palace for so many years, so you probably didn't manage to get many crystals, did you? He was already so old, yet he had only managed to reach the level 1 fairy realm. So, it was likely that he had never even entered the inner sanctum. As such, he was just an ordinary disciple, and it was hard to say whether or not he had saved up 500,000 crystals in his lifetime. 500,000? Vice Hall Master Qi's eyes narrowed as his heart raced. 500,000, he had never accumulated 500,000 crystal stones in his life. The magnitude of this transaction caused his heart to palpitate with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Vice Hall Master Qi asked with a deep voice, Is Clan Head Shao certain that you're willing to use 500,000 crystals to buy the life of a junior? In his eyes, although Suyu's performance was not bad, he was still just at the fairy realm. In front of a divine master, Suyu was like an ant that could be crushed to death with a single finger. He didn't know why the Shao family head would pay such a high price. Laro Ari said indifferently, You don't have to worry about that. You just have to agree to accept the task or not. Vice Pavilion Master Qi raised his head and killing intent flashed across his eyes. I agree to it. However, you'll have to add another 200,000, 700,000 crystals. Laro Ari's expression became gloomy. He had already spent 200,000 crystals to hire the 2 inner sanctum disciples, so he only had 800,000 left. Now that Vice Hall Master Qi had asked for 700,000 crystals, it meant that he had wasted all his effort. However, as he thought about Suyu's threat, Laro Ari muttered to himself for a moment before he replied with a gloomy expression, Fine, after this matter is over, I will bring my head to see you. Division Vice Hall Master Qi wasn't afraid that Laro Ari would go against his promise, as he could easily expose him. Hence, he agreed readily, Deal. I will rest until late at night, and I will leave. There are many people here, so it's inconvenient for me to leave my post. After the two of them discussed this matter carefully for a moment, Laro Ari stood up and left. Division Vice Hall Master Qi also pretended that nothing had happened and waited calmly for the sky to turn dark. 10 million miles away, the night sky was bright and dazzling. Suyu flew in the direction of Tianya City for half a day. When he saw that the sky had turned dark, he looked for a secluded place among some rocks to cultivate in peace. He took out the 5 Elements Divine Prison, which had 900 Demon Clan's characters, which shone with a golden radiance, and illuminated the dark night sky. Human lad, if you can successfully comprehend 100 Demon Clan inscriptions, you will be able to unleash the power of the five elements' divine prison. At that time, no one below the all-creation realm will be a match for you. The artifact spirit in the cage said, moreover, comprehending the five elemental profundities will greatly benefit your own strength. Using the five elemental profundities to the extreme, your offensive and defensive power will be amazing. Su Yu nodded slightly. The earlier I master it, the better it will be for you, right? The artifact spirit said sincerely, let's consider it a win-win situation. Cultivate well, I won't disturb you any longer. Su Yu's eyes flickered with a shrewd light. He did not trust this artifact spirit, and Su Yu was skeptical about whether or not it had ulterior motives. However, at the moment, the artifact spirit still needed to rely on Su Yu, so he could rest assured. He entered a state of cultivation, and at the same time, his body entered a process of time acceleration that was hundreds of times faster. By the time 2 hours had passed in the outside world, Su Yu was already immersed in the demon clan's language's artistic conception. 400 hours had passed, which was equivalent to more than half a month. All of a sudden, Su Yu opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were still filled with the remnants of his artistic conception. Another one of the 900 demon race characters in front of him vanished. He had managed to comprehend 2 demon clans' characters so far. If one observed Su Yu carefully, he would discover that the 5 elements aura around him had become denser. Chapter 840. If he continued cultivating, he would be able to comprehend 2 more demon clans' inscriptions. However, he was forced to stop in the middle of his cultivation because he sensed an expert approaching him. The darkness was completely silent, and there wasn't even the chirping of birds or insects. There was only one possibility for such a strange silence, and it was that there was a powerful living being here. Swoosh! A golden light flickered in Su Yu's sleeves as he waved it toward the dense forest in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed as the small golden sword was repelled by some kind of weapon. At the same time, 3 black-clothed and masked youths walked out of the darkness. They were both men and women. As expected of the expert who defeated Xiao Qingfeng. You managed to discover us so easily, the man in the middle said leisurely as the 3 people walked out of the darkness. The one on his left was a man, while the one on his right was a woman. The 3 of them had disguised themselves well, and it was impossible to discern their identities from their outward appearances. Su Yu raised his finger and caught the golden sword, then said calmly, so, it's senior brother Bai Zhong, who is ranked 9th in the outer sanctum, senior sister Qiao Ling, who is ranked 8th, and senior brother Duan Qian, who is ranked 6th. I didn't expect that you and this senior sister would do such a thing in private. It's really surprising. With his soul eyes, no matter how tightly they covered themselves, they could not escape Su Yu's eyes. When he heard this, Duan Qian, who was the leader of the group, stopped in his tracks. The 3 people's auras changed drastically, and they seemed slightly flustered. Qiao Ling asked in a low voice, how did you recognize us? Who told you about us? The 3 of them suspected that they had been betrayed. Otherwise, how could Su Yu have seen through them? Duan Qian shouted anxiously, don't be fooled. He then looked at Su Yu coldly and said, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you are saying. We are just assassins, and we don't know the senior brothers and junior sisters you mentioned. They knew that they mustn't expose their identities before killing Su Yu. Qiao Ling came back to her senses, and a cold glint appeared in her eyes. Humph! You are just a dying man, so what are you worried about? Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and revealed a playful look. In my eyes, you are the ones who are going to die. So, before you die, can you tell me who ordered you to do this? You are really full of nonsense. Take this. Qiao Ling held a black long sword in her hand. The edge of the sword reflected a strange purple light. It was a long sword that had been dipped in poison. Wait, don't be in such a hurry to attack. Duan Qian wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Qiao Ling snorted without turning her head, I've seen his strength with my own eyes. He only defeated Xiao Qingfeng. It's just a middle-grade legendary ART's first stage great perfection. It's nothing. When he finished speaking, he, together with his sword, charged towards Su Yu like a ghost. The tip of the sword was like a ray of light, and it pierced toward Su Yu's chest. 30 feet. 20 feet. 1 jong. Just as he was about to kill Su Yu, a ferocious beast's roar came from Su Yu's chest. Xiao Ling was caught off guard. Her body trembled and the sword in her hand froze for a moment. Sensing that something was amiss, Xiao Ling sheathed her sword and placed it in front of her to defend herself. At the same time, she quickly retreated. However, she was too close to Su Yu, so how could she retreat in such a short time? Su Yu's chest was filled with a black fog, and 100 feet long ferocious giant dragon came out of it. It turned into a black light and penetrated Xiao Ling's body. The long sword in his hand was only able to resist for a breath's time before it was knocked away by the gigantic demonic dragon. In Xiao Ling's perception, it was like a mountain had fallen on her when she was still a mortal. The feeling of being able to topple the heavens and overturn the seas, as well as the feeling of a tiny human being, shook her soul. She felt a sharp pain in her palm, and the long sword in her hand was knocked away. The demonic dragon had penetrated through her chest and come out of her back. Xiao Ling stood motionless in her place. Duan Qian and Bo Zhong's expressions changed, and they quickly flew over to support Xiao Ling. Duan Qian looked at Su Yu as he asked, "How are your injuries? Are you all right?" After waiting for 2 breaths' time, he still didn't hear Xiao Ling's reply, so he couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. What he saw caused Duan Qian's expression to change drastically. Although Xiao Ling was still standing, her whole body was being blown away by the wind, as if it was a piece of paper. The demonic dragon had penetrated her body, turning her into ashes from the inside out. Xiao Ling had already been destroyed before they had even rushed over to help her. Duan Qian was overwhelmed with shock, and his scalp became numb. He quickly retreated. Bo Zhong's face was also deathly pale, and he quickly retreated to Duan Qian's side. As they looked at Xiao Ling, who had been turned into ashes, their whole bodies shivered. What kind of demonic cultivation technique is this? It's so domineering. Duan Qian's heart thumped wildly, and his expression became grave. He had assumed that Su Yu would surely succeed, but he had never expected that Su Yu would still have an even more terrifying and powerful demonic technique. "You are about to die, so why are you still concerned about this?" Su Yu asked them, while he strode toward them. Duan Qian and Bo Zhong's hearts thumped wildly, and as they looked at each other, they turned around and fled without uttering a single word. They shouted, "Deputy Master, save me." The demonic dragon was too terrifying. Xiao Ling, who was a level 9 fairy, was an extremely powerful existence in the outer sanctum, and she could even defeat the 4 demons for 3 or 4 rounds. But she had been killed by Su Yu in an instant. This caused them to lose their will to fight. Su Yu wore a faint smile on his face. "Senior brothers, it's not good for you to be in such a hurry." As he weaved signs with his hands, a demonic dragon flew out of his chest, roaring as it charged toward Duan Qian and Bo Zhong. In the twinkling of an eye, the demonic dragon had caught up to them, and it was about to penetrate their chests and kill them. Suddenly, a skinny old man appeared behind the 2 of them like a ghost without any warning. He had his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze was cold and indifferent. When he saw the demonic dragon flying toward him, he extended his hand and grabbed it. The demonic dragon, which seemed like it could topple mountains and overturn seas, was unexpectedly caught by the old man's hand. Thud. However, the moment he grabbed it, the old man's expression changed slightly. The demonic dragon was more terrifying than he had imagined, and he couldn't help but take a step back. He was forced to extend his other hand and use both of his palms to capture the demonic dragon. Exterminate. A seal appeared above the old man's head, and a scorpion pattern was carved on it. After the seal appeared, the scorpion pattern came to life and turned into a 100-meter-tall phantom image. It extended its giant pincers and tried to clamp down on the demonic dragon's neck. Crack. The giant pincers possessed great might, and they managed to tear the demonic dragon in 2. The demonic dragon let out a mournful cry before it dissipated and disappeared. Su Yu's eyes flickered. It was a divine seal. The divine seal, which could only be condensed by a divine master, possessed great might, and it was one of the main reasons why an almighty divine master could crush all fairies. As Su Yu looked at the old man in front of him, he was slightly surprised, but he still felt that it was reasonable. I was just wondering who it was, and it turns out to be our Red Blood Palace's Mission Division's Vice Master. Why did you travel such a long distance to chase after me? Do you want to discuss life with me? Su Yu had already felt that this old man wasn't friendly toward him, but he didn't expect that he would lead 3 level 9 fairies to hunt him down. Su Yu had only met this old man twice, so he didn't have any enmity with him. Hence, it wasn't worth it for him to take the risk to hunt him down. It was obvious that he had been ordered by someone, and it was obvious who had ordered him to do so. It was either Laro Ari or the Shao family's master. Division Vice Master Qi took back his palms and looked at Su Yu in shock. He thought to himself, what demonic technique does this lad cultivate? Why is it so domineering? Even a level 9 fairy can't block this demonic dragon's attack. No matter how he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out the origins of this demonic dragon. This was because, besides the 9 dragons devil subduing ART's creator, no one else had managed to cultivate it successfully. When Division Vice Master Qi heard Su Yu's mockery, he became angry and said, "You're already at death's door, yet you're still so arrogant. This day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Duan Qian, Bo Zhong, you are responsible for blocking his path of retreat. Leave this lad to me." The two of them clenched their teeth and went around Su Yu's back to block his path of retreat. Su Yu didn't budge an inch, as he didn't plan to escape. Instead, he looked at Division Vice Master Qi calmly and asked, "You're already so old, so why don't you just spend your remaining years peacefully? Why did you insist on taking such a risk? Laro Ari and the Shao's family master must have offered you an irresistible temptation." Division Vice Master Qi spoke in a mocking tone, "It's really an irresistible temptation, and even I didn't expect that your head would be so valuable. I heard that you still have some friends in the sanctum, so after I take your head, I will ask the Shao's family master whether their heads are also worth such a price." Su Yu squinted his eyes and revealed an evil and ice-cold smile at the corners of his mouth. "Hehe, no matter how many temptations there are, you still need to be alive to enjoy them. It's a pity that you just dug a grave for yourself." Division Vice Master Qi didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "You? It's fine, as it seems to me that you learned such a demonic technique from a sanctum's elder. If you hand over your cultivation technique obediently, I will grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I will have more tricks up my sleeves than you can imagine." Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. "If you want a cultivation technique, why don't you just try it several times?" Su Yu's gaze became ice-cold as he weaved hand signs with his hands. A 30-meter-long demonic dragon flew out of Su Yu's body and roared angrily as it charged at Division Vice Master Qi. Division Vice Master Qi sneered at him. "You have exhausted all your tricks. Just watch how I break your cultivation technique." However, Su Yu just laughed evilly. "Is that so? Since you are so confident, why don't you increase the difficulty of it?" Another angry roar echoed from Su Yu's chest, and a second 30-meter-long demonic dragon flew out of it. The two dragons charged toward Vice Hall Master Qi in unison with a terrifying momentum. Division Vice Master Qi's expression stiffened, and shock appeared on his face. "You still have another demonic dragon hidden within you." He was really startled by this. He had assumed that Su Yu's battle with Shao Qingfeng in the extreme test was the limit of his power. He didn't expect that Su Yu still had a domineering demonic technique that could summon demonic dragons. Just when he assumed that he could deal with such a demonic technique, Su Yu unexpectedly used another demonic technique. Division Vice Master Qi was quite frustrated by Su Yu's continuous concealment of his power. He wondered, how can a level 3 fairy realm lad possess so many mysterious techniques? Moreover, he also possesses such deep schemes. Even though he was startled, he still took out his divine seal and faced the two demonic dragons gravely. The giant scorpion's phantom image appeared once again, and it used its two powerful pincers to grip one of the demonic dragon's necks. It exerted its strength with its pincers, and it wanted to use the same technique to crush the demonic dragon. However, at this moment, the other demonic dragon charged at it, and its ferocious head rammed against the giant scorpion's side. The giant scorpion's body was immediately sent flying several hundred meters away. Division Vice Master Qi, who was weaving hand signs with his hands and controlling the giant scorpion, swayed slightly, while the divine seal revolving above his head trembled slightly. It seemed like the divine seal's attack could also implicate him. Chapter 841. Humph. Division Vice Master Chi snorted as he started weaving hand signs. The giant scorpion phantom image formed by the divine seal became 50% faster and more nimble. The two demonic dragons quickly pounced at the giant scorpion and started tearing at it. However, the giant scorpion's body was now extremely agile, and it was constantly dodging and attacking the demonic dragons with its claws. The demonic dragons were also quick to react, and they were constantly attacking the giant scorpion's body. They were both in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor. However, while Suyu was having an easy time, Division Vice Master Chi had to maintain the divine seal, which consumed a great deal of his energy. After a long while, the giant scorpion's body started slowing down. It seemed like Division Vice Master Chi couldn't bear it any longer. The two demonic dragons took advantage of this opportunity to pounce at the scorpion's body and bite it. They managed to penetrate the scorpion's body with their great bite power. Following that, the two demon dragons exerted their strength and tore the giant scorpion apart with each bite. The giant scorpion let out a mournful cry, while Division Vice Master Chi groaned. A pained expression appeared on his face, and the divine seal on his head flickered like a lamp that was on the verge of being extinguished. At such a critical moment, Division Vice Master Chi shouted in a low voice, "Lad, you are going too far." He quickly weaved hand signs, which were even more complicated and profound than the previous ones. Roar! All of a sudden, a miserable shriek echoed out. The demonic dragon, which was tearing at the giant scorpion's right side, let out a mournful roar before it was torn apart. Suyu vaguely saw a blur penetrating the demonic dragon's head. However, at that moment, the demonic dragon on the left side started tearing the giant scorpion apart. However, at the last moment, a strange blur appeared and penetrated the demonic dragon's head. This time, Suyu could clearly see that it was the giant scorpion's tail. Its sharp stinger was as quick as lightning, and it didn't leave anyone any time to react. Suyu knew that if he had to face this stinger, he would have no choice but to defend himself. Its speed was too quick, and a fairy realm cultivator wouldn't be able to react in time. Suyu couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. It was fortunate that he had cultivated the 9 Dragons Devil subduing art in advance. Otherwise, he would have had to face an almighty divine master's divine seal alone. Bang! As a muffled sound echoed out, the divine seal on Division Vice Master Chi's head became gloomy and dull, as if it had lost its spiritual nature. Following that, Vice Hall Master Chi spurted a mouthful of blood from his mouth. His face turned ghastly pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. His divine seal had been broken, and he himself had been implicated. Duan Qian and Bo Zhong felt a chill run down their spines. A first-grade almighty who had used his strongest divine seal was still no match for a third-grade fairy. What kind of heaven-defying cultivation method did he cultivate? Division Vice Master Chi's divine seal was destroyed and he was heavily injured, while Suyu was still safe and sound. If Suyu used the 9 Dragons Devil subduing art once again, Division Vice Master Chi wouldn't be able to obstruct the demonic dragon unless he used his body. His old eyes flickered and he slowly retreated. His face was filled with hatred. Brat. Good. You destroyed my divine seal and injured my physical body. This debt will not end here. Just wait for this old man's revenge. After being in the sect for so many years, how could he not have any connections? As the manager of the faction, even if he did not dare to kill Suyu openly, it was not difficult to make things difficult for him and his friends. Suyu replied calmly, "Who said that you can leave?" Division Vice Master Chi sneered coldly. "Lad, I admit that you are really powerful just because you have an unknown cultivation method. But, if I want to leave, then don't even dream about stopping me." After he spoke, he flew away and quickly retreated to the horizon. He had unexpectedly chosen to escape and abandon Duan Qian and Bo Zhong. Suyu looked at him calmly and did not chase after him. Division Vice Master Chi was right, as he was only a third-grade fairy, and it would be impossible for him to overtake a first-grade almighty. He, who said that one must have a swift movement technique to kill someone? Suyu wore a faint smile as he looked at the sky. A mass of black clouds scattered in the night sky, revealing a bright moon. At first glance, it was really a bright moon, but if one observed it carefully, they would discover that it was actually a bright eye. The bright moon had been covered by this strange eye. A dignified aura emanated from the eye, and it seemed like it came from the heavens, which were overlooking the land. As the gaze engulfed it, all living beings were annihilated and shivered. Division Vice Master Chi, who was flying away, suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. His whole body shivered as he exclaimed in shock, "It's the heavenly eye." Anyone would be intimidated at the sight of such a terrifying phenomenon. What was even more shocking was that the eyeball suddenly moved and swept Duan Qian and Bo Zhong. In an instant, the two of them were scared out of their wits, as if they had just been swept by the god of death. Just after that, the giant eyeball fixed its gaze on Division Vice Master Chi's body. The heavenly eye closed slowly, then suddenly opened. Division Vice Master Chi could only shout in fright, "Don't," before he was turned into ashes. A dignified first-grade almighty had been exterminated just like that. Duan Qian and Bo Zhong were so scared that their hearts shivered. Suyu still had an even more terrifying killing technique hidden. "Junior brother Su, please spare us." Duan Qian's face turned pale, and he looked at Suyu in fright. He was waiting for Suyu to decide his fate. It was the same for Bo Zhong, and he quickly pleaded, "Everything is just a misunderstanding. We didn't know that." He didn't finish his sentence, and he just looked at Suyu in fright. Suyu turned around and asked calmly, "You didn't know what I was? You didn't know that I was so powerful?" If I didn't have any trump cards up my sleeves, wouldn't I be the one lying on the ground now?" He then added, "I can't find a reason to spare you." After all, they had witnessed Suyu killing a faction's division vice master with their own eyes, so how could he let them live? As for their pleas for mercy, they were now in a weak position, so they would surely beg for mercy. However, once they returned to the faction, they would surely come back to kill him with the help of experts. Suyu really didn't need to spare their lives. As he waved his hand, the heavenly eye fixed its gaze on them, and as it opened and closed, the two of them were quietly turned into ashes. Just after that, the heavenly eye disappeared, and only a bright moon was left hanging in the starry sky. Suyu swept his gaze over Duan Qian and Bo Zhong's ashes. They didn't leave anything behind, and even their spatial rings were destroyed by the heavenly eye. Suyu strode forward and went over to Division Vice Master Chi's ashes. He was surprised to discover that there was a smooth, round, thumb-sized pebble among them. Its whole body was smooth and glossy, and there were many blood-red patterns on its surface. At first glance, it seemed like the growth rings of a tree. "What is this?" Suyu was startled by this, as it was rare for it to remain unscathed after facing the heavenly eye's heavenly might. Suyu's heart thumped, and he sucked the pebble into his palm. The pebble's temperature was good, and it seemed like a piece of fire jade. When Suyu was just about to examine it, his brows suddenly twitched, as a premonition of danger welled up in his heart. Suyu threw away the pebble in his hand without giving it a second thought. However, it was still too late. A grey light beam shot out of the pebble, entered Suyu's forehead, and went to the deepest part of his soul. "Lad, you are still too inexperienced if you want to kill me." A familiar voice transmitted from the deepest part of his soul. Division Vice Master Chi was still alive, and at such a critical moment, his soul had left his body and hid inside the strange pebble. "Since you destroyed my body, I will take yours as compensation." Division Vice Master Chi spoke resentfully. He was about to seize Suyu's body and possess it. However, what surprised Division Vice Master Chi was that Suyu's reaction was quite calm, and a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "If you had escaped, I wouldn't have been able to deal with you. But, you still chose to enter my soul and try to seize my body. Don't blame me for what I will do to you." Soul space. Reincarnation patterns appeared in Suyu's eyes, and an indescribable suction force engulfed Division Vice Master Chi's soul, which had entered Suyu's body. Before Division Vice Master Chi could react, he felt the world spin around him, and he was sucked into a dark and boundless space. When he looked at his surroundings, He could only see boundless darkness. Where is this? Suyu, what did you do to me? Division Vice Master Qi shouted anxiously. Swoosh. A person quietly appeared in front of him, clasped his hands behind his back, and spoke calmly, "Dinner is here. Why don't you come out?" His voice reverberated in the silent space, and a strange laughter transmitted from the darkness. "Human lad, did you send me another nourishing meal? Not bad, as you sent me 3 Divine Master Realm Souls in just 2 months. Lad, I must say that you really have a good reputation." The evil god had made a deal with Suyu in the past. Suyu would provide him with a Divine Master Realm Soul every month, while the evil god would help Suyu cultivate the first dragon body. Suyu examined the drop of blood, and he discovered that it had become much bigger than before. It was also quite plump, and it was much better than before. "It seems like you have recovered a lot. When you tried to seize my body, you weren't even in half of your current state," Suyu said. When the drop of blood heard Suyu mentioning the past, it chuckled and said, "Well, today's weather is really good. There aren't any clouds in the sky, and the sun is rising." Hihi, Suyu didn't bother to bicker with it, so he said, "This is the 3rd soul. It's fine as long as you still remember our agreement." Me. Who am I? I'm a divine emperor, so why would I go back on my word? You can set your mind at ease, as long as you get the real spirit dragon veins. I can assure you that your first dragon body will advance by leaps and bounds, the drop of blood said. Suyu looked at the surroundings, then said in approval, "Well, it seems like the divine emperor is quite happy here. I will leave now, and I will bring the real spirit dragon veins the next time I come here." When he was just about to leave, the drop of blood was startled. "Wait, what aura is there in the outside world?" Suyu was startled by this, and with a thought, a blood-red pebble flew into his soul space. "A Saint Blood Soul nourishing stone?" The drop of blood asked in delight. Its eyes shone with shock, and it immediately pounced at him. As Suyu willed it, the pebble disappeared from his soul space and returned to Suyu's palm, which was in the outside world. As the drop of blood missed its target, it became more ferocious, and it bared its teeth as it said, "Lad, quickly hand it over to me. Otherwise, I will cry in front of you." Suyu didn't care about it at all. "Even if you cry to death, it won't be of any use. Why don't you tell me what the Saint Blood Soul nourishing stone is?" Suyu couldn't help but wonder. Could it be a peerless treasure that could make the drop of blood lose control of itself like this? If the drop of blood had eyes, its eyeballs would surely be rolling around at this moment. It then said, "That's right. It isn't anything special, as it's just a stone with rare energy. Lad, it isn't of much use to you, but it is quite useful to me. So, quickly hand it over to me." Chapter 842. Are you really not going to tell me what this is? Suyu caressed the pebble, feeling that it was a good item. The drop of blood turned its head away with a nonchalant look on its face. "I told you, it's just an ordinary pebble. Why are you always so suspicious? Don't you trust this divine emperor's reputation? Back in the day, I slaughtered the heavens and destroyed the earth, staining the starry sky with blood. Why would a big shot like me cheat a kid's stuff?" Although it spoke disdainfully, its eyes glanced at the Saint Blood Soul nourishing stone from time to time. When Suyu saw Division Vice Master Qi's expression, he turned his head to look at him and asked, "Where did you get it?" Vice Hall Master Qi's eyes gleamed. "You wish to know? Let me go first, then we'll talk. Otherwise, you'll never be able to guess where this pebble came from. Son of Heaven's Imperial Soul." As soon as he spoke, Suyu's eyes shone with silver light. Vice Hall Master Qi was caught off guard. Just as he was about to retaliate, the surrounding soul space suddenly began to compress, rendering him unable to move or even think. Without any resistance, Suyu easily controlled it with his soul energy. "Where did it come from?" Suyu asked leisurely. Division Vice Master Qi couldn't help but reply, "It was brought out by an inner sanctum disciple who had entered the glittering jewel wonderland before. He sold it on the black market as a defective product, but I discovered it and bought it." Glittering jewel wonderland? Here again, Suyu's eyes shone with a strange light. "Do you know what this is?" Suyu asked with a burning gaze. Vice Hall Master Chi shook his head in bewilderment. I don't know. I've looked through the ancient records of the sect, but there isn't any information on it. All I know is that it's extremely tough, such that no artifact would be able to break it apart. This is also the reason why the inner disciple sold it as a defective product. Beside him, the drop of blood heaved a sigh of relief. It grinned and said, "See? Didn't I tell you? It's just a worthless piece of trash, yet you insist on treating it like a treasure." Suyu turned a deaf ear to him. He recalled the Heaven's Son Imperial Soul and said indifferently, "I'll leave this soul to you." After saying those words, Zhongxian's soul dissipated as he prepared to leave the soul space. The drop of blood was taken aback, and it hurriedly said, "Wait. Kid, leave the stone behind for me." When the drop of blood saw that Suyu wasn't moved, it rolled its eyes and said, "Don't you want to know what this is? As long as you promise to give me half of it, I will immediately tell you its origin and how to use it." "Half?" Suyu smiled and left the space directly. "No need, I'll figure it out myself." After saying those words, he left the soul space. "Waya, you old bastard, you're even more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox. Didn't I just want to take advantage of him? Do you think it's easy for me?" It flew into a rage, flustered and exasperated, as if it had lost something extremely painful. In the outside world, Suyu opened his eyes and observed the pebble in his palm. "Saint Blood Soul Nourishing Stone? When I get to Qianya City, I'll see if I can find some ancient books and find out the origin of this object. Since it was coveted by the evil god, it can't be anything bad." Suyu was in a good mood. After Suyu collected the stone and the 5 elements divine prison, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and soared into the sky to leave this place. The battle just now had caused quite a commotion here. Even if it did not attract the attention of experts, it could have attracted the attention of demonic beasts. One day later, black shadows shuttled across the sky, and several powerful auras descended one after another. Judging from their clothes, they were all from the Red Blood Palace. One of them was Palace Mistress Kong Chan, and she was followed by several other cabinet masters. They all landed in the vicinity and started looking around. "Palace Mistress, we found 4 piles of ashes." After a short while, the several cabinet masters found the ashes. Palace Mistress Kong Chan walked over and looked at the 4 piles of ashes in surprise. After a short while, an ice-cold look appeared on the face of one of the cabinet masters next to her. "Cabinet Master, may I ask if those are the missing Vice Division Master Chi?" Palace Mistress Kong Chan nodded slightly. "Those are the ashes that were left behind after his death. Vice Division Master Chi was really killed." Upon hearing this, the other cabinet masters, who had rushed over, revealed their murderous intents. "Who dares to kill the Red Blood Palace's Vice Division Master?" The Red Blood Palace was one of the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands' 2 rulers. Killing a Red Blood Palace's disciple was tantamount to provoking the Red Blood Palace's prestige. "Palace Mistress Kong Chan, this person is too daring, so we must find the culprit and protect our Red Blood Palace's prestige." "That's right, we must investigate this matter to the end." Palace Mistress Kong Chan stared at the 4 piles of ashes and got lost in her thoughts. She didn't pay any attention to the surrounding voices. After a short while, she muttered softly, "One of the 4 piles of ashes was killed by some kind of tyrannical demonic technique, which destroyed both its body and soul, while the other was killed by a mysterious technique. A wisp of heaven's might is contained within the ashes. Could it be that it was the Purple Cloud Palace's Jiyu Taishu?" There were only a few people in the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands who had comprehended the pure divine decree, and there was only one person who could use heaven's might to kill his enemies. It was Jiyu Taishu. He was known as the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands' #1 genius, and he was on par with Jian Wuxing in the past. His pure divine decree, which could replace the world's punishment, was known to all. Could it be that it was the Purple Cloud Palace's doing? Palace Mistress Kong Chan felt that the situation was grave, so she spoke in a deep voice, "Don't spread the news about Vice Division Master Chi's death. This matter has been upgraded to the Sanctum's secret, and anyone who dares to spread it will be punished severely." The hearts of the other cabinet masters shuddered. What had happened? Why was this matter suddenly classified as a secret? Preserve their ashes properly. If this matter is as I have predicted, the peace of the 18 blessed and heavenly lands will be broken, Palace Mistress Kong Chan muttered. Su Yu naturally didn't know that his careless actions had made Jiyu Taishu a scapegoat. After 3 days of traveling, he finally arrived at Tianya City. In the huge market that bordered the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and the central prefecture, the relationship between the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and the central prefecture was very subtle. The 18 blessed and heavenly lands was located at the border of the central prefecture, and it used to be one of the 5 regions of the central prefecture. However, 100 years ago, after the Great War between the human and ghost races, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands betrayed the central prefecture and formed its own region. Many experts walked out from these forces. There was Jiyu Taishu, and there was Jian Wusheng from 100 years ago. In the beginning, the central prefecture had attacked the 18 blessed and heavenly lands. It was only when Jian Wusheng, a decisive expert, appeared that the central prefecture became fearful of them. They negotiated a peace treaty with the 18 blessed and heavenly lands and signed an agreement to never attack them again. However, nominally, the blessed paradises were still under the jurisdiction of the central prefecture. But, in fact, the central prefecture's forces couldn't control this place. It was only by secretly infiltrating various forces and eroding the blessed and heavenly lands' forces that they could overthrow all of them one day. Only then could the blessed and heavenly lands truly return to the central prefecture's control. Tianya City was located at the border of 2 forces that were separated but actually united. It was a place where crooks and honest people mingled together, and it was filled with many central prefecture's forces. They were here to gather information about the blessed and heavenly lands and understand their every move. No one knew how many central prefecture's spies were hidden in the city. This referred to the central prefecture's dark forces that were secretly carrying out shameful deeds. The forces on the surface were Tianya City's many industries. Tianya City used to be the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' greatest trading center, and it was ranked 5th in the whole central prefecture. The trading center was flourishing, and all of the blessed and heavenly lands' forces, including the factions, needed to rely on Tianya City's industries to obtain a large amount of resources. This was why it wasn't just the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace, the other 16 factions also had great industries here. How could the central prefecture neglect such a great trading center? The central prefecture's industries here had a profound foundation. Almost half of Tianya City's industries came from the central prefecture. The remaining half was divided among the 18 blessed and heavenly lands' various forces. This trading center originally belonged to the 18 blessed and heavenly lands, but later, half of it was snatched away by the central prefecture. It was obvious how much the 18 blessed and heavenly lands were being suppressed in Tianya City. Under such circumstances, the 18 blessed and heavenly lands industries weren't doing too well, and it would be extremely difficult for Su Yu to revive the Tonglin elixir store. From afar, Tianya City's city walls stretched to the horizon. It was so vast that one couldn't even see its end. Such a vast land was 100 times larger than the Blue Mountain City that he had seen in the past. If one didn't have the cultivation of the fairy realm, it would take at least a year to walk from the city's south to the city's north. Even if Su Yu had broken through to the fairy realm, he would still need half a day to cross the city. As he stood before the city walls, he suddenly had a feeling that he was very far away. As he entered the city, he was greeted by a cacophony of noises. As far as the eye could see, it was filled with a sea of people. Moreover, there were many experts in the city. Early-stage fairies could be found everywhere, and middle-stage fairies could also be seen everywhere. Su Yu even found many late-stage fairies who were at least grade 7 fairies. Moreover, Su Yu could even sense a few vague divine masters' auras. This was just the tip of Tianya City's iceberg. Su Yu didn't doubt that there were all creation old monsters overseeing such a city. Su Yu's heart shuddered. His power was pretty good, but if he was targeted by the city's experts who harbored evil intentions, it would be troublesome. Su Yu was on high alert, so he kept a low profile and went straight to the general manager's place. According to the address, Su Yu held the token in his hand and went to the Red Blood Palace's headquarters in Tianya City. The general manager was a position that was in charge of managing Tianya City's industries. Usually, only the great palace master Mo Tianchuan's trusted subordinates could assume this position. Not only were they extremely powerful, but they were also extremely loyal. Anyone from a faction who came here to report their work had to present the token to the general manager and get his permission. The headquarters was set up in the center of Tianya City, and it was a 9-story building. This was Tianya City's most flourishing area, and it represented the Red Blood Palace's status in Tianya City. There was an island floating in the air opposite the 9-story building, and it was the Purple Cloud Palace's headquarters. As for the central prefecture, its industries owners came from several other regions of the central prefecture, and they were scattered all over the place. This was why it didn't have a headquarters. Only the Red Blood Palace and the Purple Cloud Palace were outstanding. As Su Yu looked at the magnificent 9-story building, he examined it subconsciously. He discovered that there was a powerful seal on the building's surface, and it gave him a dangerous feeling. Even an early-stage divine master would be instantly killed by the formation if he tried to barge into it. Su Yu walked over to the building, but didn't enter it rashly. A middle-aged man, who seemed like a guard, walked out of the cold and cheerless building. His cultivation was surprisingly at the level 1 divine master realm. Even a guard was a level 1 divine master. It must be known that Division Vice Master Qi was also a level 1 divine master. Tianya City's headquarters was really special, and its status was even higher than the elegant Spirit Mountains manor. Are you a Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum disciple? The middle-aged man examined Su Yu, as he recognized him from his blue robe. Su Yu nodded and took out his identity badge. I'm an outer sanctum disciple, Su Yu, and I've come here to meet you, great shopkeeper. The middle-aged man walked out of the building and examined the badge carefully. After he ascertained that there were no mistakes, he said, the great general manager is in secluded cultivation, and he can't come out for the time being. If it isn't an urgent matter, you can look for the deputy general manager. The great general manager was the great shopkeeper that Division Vice Master Qi had mentioned, and he was in charge of all the businesses here. The deputy general manager? Su Yu understood this well, as it would be strenuous for the great general manager to manage such a large business by himself. Hence, the deputy general manager could be his helper, and if something happened to the great general manager, the deputy general manager could act on his behalf. I'm here to carry out the Tonglin Elixir Store's shopkeeper mission. Please lead the way, Su Yu said. The Tonglin Elixir Store? The middle-aged man mulled it over for a moment, but he didn't seem to have any impression of the Tonglin Elixir Store. After all, the Red Blood Palace had several hundred low-grade stores in the outer sanctum, as well as many middle-grade and high-grade stores. However, the middle-aged man suddenly realized something. Oh, are you talking about the elixir store that is in debt all year round? Su Yu was left speechless by this, as the Tonglin Elixir Store's reputation was really bad. That's right, Su Yu replied. Chapter 843. The corners of Su Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch. A store that had never made a profit and was about to be closed down had been chosen by Su Yu. If you had come here 2 months later, you might have had another choice. But now, since you have come here, you have no other choice. Sigh. Other Outer Sanctum's disciples come here to earn a lot of merit points, but you chose the worst one. You might end up following in the footsteps of the previous shopkeepers and have to pay for your own merit points. The middle-aged guard was quite warm-hearted, and he felt sorry for Su Yu. Senior, thank you for your guidance. Since I am already here, I will make the best of it, Su Yu said. The middle-aged guard chuckled. It's good that you have such an attitude. All right, your identity badge has been checked. Follow me to meet the deputy general manager. Su Yu was led by him to a hall on the 8th floor of the building. The side hall was where the deputy general manager handled his affairs. He had assumed that the building would be deserted and that he would be able to meet the deputy general manager easily. However, the hall was packed with people. There were young people, middle-aged people, and many old people. They were all dressed in rich clothes and didn't seem like ordinary people. These shopkeepers are waiting to meet the deputy general manager. You just need to find a place and wait patiently, the middle-aged guard said. Su Yu nodded. He noticed that there were several empty seats in the right corner of the hall, so he walked toward them. The middle-aged guard unexpectedly stopped Suyu and said, "Don't go there. Those seats are reserved for the 3 shopkeepers of the high-grade stores. Didn't you see that no one dares to go there? You are just a new shopkeeper of a low-grade store, so it would be better for you not to have any conflicts with them. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive in Tianya City." Suyu knew that Tianya City's stores were divided into 3 grades: high grade, middle grade, and low grade. The main criterion for distinguishing them was their monthly profit. Those whose monthly profit was between 300,000 and 1 million were middle grade shops, while those whose monthly profit was above 1 million were high grade shops. As for those whose monthly profit was below 300,000, or those who suffered losses, they were low grade shops. The shop that Suyu had accepted, which suffered losses continuously, was at the bottom of the low grade shops. These 3 shopkeepers are in charge of the demonic beast material shop, the restaurant shop, and the elixir shop respectively. As the biggest shopkeepers in each industry, they have the right to call for meetings at any time. For example, the great shopkeeper of the elixir store, who can command the shopkeepers of middle-grade elixir stores, as well as the shopkeepers of low-grade elixir stores like you. It can be said that he's the boss of the Red Blood Palace's elixir stores, and all of the elixir store's shopkeepers have to listen to his orders. Suyu's eyes flickered as he asked, "Do we have to listen to everything he says?" The middle-aged guard said, "If you don't want any trouble, he won't go too far. It's best if you accept him. What if I refuse to listen to his arrangements?" Suyu asked thoughtfully. The middle-aged guard looked around and sent a voice transmission. They have a wide network. It is possible that with just a word, the medicinal pill dealers who rely on them will not dare to sell medicinal pills to you. This will make it harder for you to continue your business. This has happened many times. Do not offend them. Elixir shops made a living by buying things at a low price and selling them at a high price. If he couldn't get the pill, it was equivalent to waiting for death. "Thank you, Senior. I know what I should do now." Suyu nodded, then went to another corner and waited quietly. Clang. At this moment, the side hall's door was opened, and 3 people came out of it. They were 2 men and a woman. They were all middle-aged, and their steps were dignified and imposing. The middle-grade shopkeepers, who were waiting, all looked at them at the same time. They didn't dare to reveal any disrespect in their expressions. Suyu heard a conversation in a low voice near his ears. "It's the 3 great shopkeepers. They talked with the deputy general manager for such a long time, so they must be discussing something important. It's most likely the case. According to the rules, since the desolate evil jungle's sacrificial time has arrived, the deputy general manager must be very worried. Otherwise, if he makes any mistakes, according to the rules, we will have to give a part of Tianya City's property to the central prefecture's people. There is no need to guess. It's definitely the case. The central prefecture won several times when we bought the desolate evil jungle's sacrificial offerings, and they got a large part of our property. Thanks to these properties, our property has become stronger, and our Red Blood Palace's property has been greatly affected. This is especially the case for our elixirs. Last month, the largest high-grade elixir store, the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store, saw its profit drop by 30%, and it only had a profit of 1 million. It almost dropped to the level of a middle-grade store. Look at the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store's great shopkeeper, Shopkeeper Fei. He must have been reprimanded by the deputy general manager. Even an old man like Shopkeeper Fei would have such a day. He is usually at his beck and call, and he always oppresses other elixir stores. Many middle-grade elixir stores, which had hopes of becoming high-grade elixir stores, have stagnated because of him. Now, he almost dropped out of the ranks of high-grade elixir stores. It's really shameful. Don't laugh at me. Based on this old man's character, I think that he will probably hold another elixir stores meeting and oppress the other elixir stores to replenish his store's profit and maintain its status as a high-grade elixir store. Upon hearing this, Suyu followed their gazes and looked at the middle-aged man, who was walking at the back of the 3 people. The 3 shopkeepers' expressions were quite unsightly, but this man's expression was even more unsightly. It was as if the words "don't provoke me" had been carved into his forehead. Suyu furrowed his brows. It seemed like he really didn't come at the right time. After they left, the other elixir store's shopkeepers entered the side hall one after another and were received by the deputy general manager. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and it was only Su Yu's turn. Upon entering the side hall, an old man, who was over 70 years old and had half a head of white hair, appeared before him. He was reading an ancient book, which had a tattered cover. His expression was one of concentration. Sometimes, he would furrow his brows, and sometimes, he would relax. Sometimes, he would become lost in thought. He seemed to be in great pain, and he didn't even notice that Su Yu had entered his room. He had a short stature and an ordinary appearance. His gaze was calm, and his whole body didn't seem oppressive at all. However, Su Yu would never forget the unsightly expressions of the three great shopkeepers when they came out of the side hall. Su Yu looked at the cover of the ancient book, which had two strange, tadpole-like characters on it. He didn't disturb him, but just waited quietly. After half a cup of tea's time had passed, the deputy general manager was still frowning and lost in thought. It seemed like he was puzzled by something and couldn't get over it. Su Yu pondered this inwardly. He knew that waiting like this wasn't a good idea, so he said, "I'm an outer sanctum disciple, Su Yu Xian. I'm sorry for disturbing the deputy general manager's comprehension of the Wood Clan's mysterious Spirit 9 transformations canon." The deputy general manager was displeased by his interruption, so he put down the ancient book and looked at Su Yu coldly. Where did this unruly lad come from? However, he suddenly realized something, and his eyes flickered. Wait, what did you just say I was looking at? Su Yu replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Deputy General Manager, it was the Wood Clan's mysterious Spirit 9 transformations canon. Swoosh. The Deputy General Manager stood up abruptly and asked curiously, do you know the Wood Clan's language? Su Yu wore a natural and fearless expression as he replied calmly, when I was young, I accidentally found a remnant of a book in a cave. There were many records of the Wood Clan's language on it, so I could barely recognize it. These were obviously just fabricated stories. In fact, Yun Yazi had read the Wood Clan's language during his research. The Wood Clan was a powerful spirit Wood Clan. These clans were born with plant spiritual bodies and had high spiritual intellect. They could create their own language, which was the Wood Clan's language. The Deputy General Manager walked around the table and examined Su Yu in amazement. I really didn't expect that my Red Blood Palace would unexpectedly have a junior who knows the Wood Clan's language. How many words do you know? The Deputy General Manager asked curiously. His tone was calm, and he didn't put on any airs. Su Yu replied modestly, I know a little. The Deputy General Manager's eyes flickered slightly. Great. What does this line of words mean? He then opened a page of the mysterious Spirit 9 transformations canon and tapped on a line. Su Yu took a look at it, then replied without hesitation, absorb the essence of the insect, display the heavenly primordial mysterious shadow, break the green mist, stop. Shock appeared in the Deputy General Manager's eyes as he examined Su Yu once again. His eyes shone as if he was examining a treasure. His eyes were filled with expectation as he opened another page and asked, what about this line? After Su Yu finished reading it, he replied calmly, the green silkworm broke out of its cocoon and was reborn as a butterfly. It retreated from the mortal world and became an immortal. Today, the horned snake turned into a flood dragon, but it hasn't turned into a dragon yet. Enough. The Deputy General Manager closed the holy book excitedly. His face was full of excitement as he looked at Su Yu. He was like a robber who had just discovered a treasure. After sizing Su Yu up for a long while, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that the expert of the Bug Clan's language that I've been looking for wouldn't be found in Tianya City, but in the Red Blood Palace. It was obvious that he was in a good mood. What's your name? The Deputy General Manager walked over and asked enthusiastically. Su Yu cupped his hands at him and said, Outer Sanctum Disciple Su Yuxian greets the Deputy General Manager. Su Yuxian. Su Yuxian. The Deputy General Manager muttered, but he didn't have any impression of it. All right, since you're proficient in the Wood Clan's language, you've fulfilled my requirements. There's an important matter that requires your participation. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Could it be some troublesome matter? Ha, 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 don't worry. This matter concerns the division of interests of our 18 blessed and heavenly lands in Tianyar City, and it involves billions of crystals. You're proficient in the insectoid language, so you might be able to play a crucial role. Once you render a meritorious service, the benefits will be beyond your imagination. Suyu muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment. If that was the case, then there was no need for him to reject it. Since it's my Red Blood Palace's matter, I will surely do my best, Suyu said. The Deputy General Manager was quite delighted, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. After the past few days of depressing matters, there's finally something that can make me happy. What did you just say? Did you come to take the Tonglin Elixir Store's mission? Well, that's fine. You can stay in Tianyar City for this month, and after a month, I will take you to that place to show off your skills. The Deputy General Manager took a wooden fish from Suyu's hand and took a look at it. He then threw 2 badges out of his sleeves. One of them had the words Tonglin Elixir Store engraved on it, and it was the shopkeeper's certificate. The other one had the words General Manager engraved on it, and it emitted an awe-inspiring aura. Deputy General Manager, what's this? Suyu asked in surprise as he pointed at the General Manager's badge. The Deputy General Manager chuckled. This is the Deputy General Manager's identity badge, and seeing it is the same as seeing your true self. If you run into any trouble in Tianyar City, you just need to show it to Tianyar City's property, and they will obey your orders. He then added, this badge is only used to guard against danger and ensure your personal safety. You mustn't use it carelessly, as it might disrupt the property's operations. Suyu was delighted, as he knew that it would be much more convenient for him to handle matters with this badge. Chapter 844. I understand. Suyu always had a sense of propriety, so he knew when he could use the token and when he couldn't. Okay, I look forward to seeing you shine for the Red Blood Palace in a month. But, before that, you'd better keep it a secret. Don't leak the secret that you know Mu words. This is for your own safety, the Deputy General Manager said. Suyu was shocked. This matter involved billions of crystals, so he would naturally be in great danger. Once he was exposed, he might be hunted down by the Central Prefecture. Yes. Suyu nodded and left. Seeing Suyu leave, the Deputy General Manager looked worried. I found another person who knows Mu words. I hope I won't lose too badly in the desolate evil jungle's sacrificial ceremony. As he walked out of the side palace, Suyu was met with many pairs of eyes. Some were confused, some were surprised, and some were puzzled. Who was that old man? He seemed to have stayed in the Deputy General Manager's side palace for a long time. I don't know him. He must be a shopkeeper somewhere. Otherwise, I would have an impression of him. Although the crowd was puzzled, they didn't pay much attention to Suyu because he looked unfamiliar. Suyu left the hall quietly, and no one knew what had happened in the side palace. The middle-aged guard at the entrance of the hall looked at Suyu in surprise, then chuckled and said, "It seems like you aren't an ordinary outer sanctum disciple. The Deputy General Manager is short-tempered, and he only receives guests for a short period of time. Since you were able to stay for such a long time, you must have gained his appreciation." Suyu smiled bitterly. "I'm just a temporary shopkeeper of a low-grade elixir store. How could I gain his appreciation? I didn't dare disturb the Deputy General Manager when he was flipping through the books, so I waited there. In fact, I only exchanged 2 or 3 sentences with him." Even though the middle-aged guard in front of him was a warm and friendly person, Suyu was not so foolish as to befriend someone he had just met with a few words. "Oh, I see." A look of disappointment flashed in the middle-aged guard's eyes as he led Suyu out of the 9-story building. In front of the building's seal, the middle-aged guard said, "I wish you good luck. If you have any difficulties, you can look for me." Suyu said, "Thank you for taking care of me. May I know your name?" "Hihi, you're just a guard. How can I have a name? My surname is Ju. If you have any trouble, you can look for me." Suyu cupped his fists at him and said, "I will. Farewell." As he spoke, he stepped out of the pavilion and entered the crowd. As he watched Suyu leave, the middle-aged man furrowed his brows and snorted softly through his nostrils. An impatient look appeared on his face as he said, It seems like he's really just a temporary shopkeeper and isn't a reinforcement sent by the Red Blood Palace. As Su Yu walked among the crowd, his eyes flickered as he recalled the middle-aged man named Ju. He then shook his head and said, "This person is really scheming. Even though I'm just a nameless junior, and I'm still weak, he can still be so kind and considerate." He never denied that there were good, warm-hearted people in the world, but he also did not deny that there were many false good people who pretended to be warm-hearted. The former only lived in a peaceful environment, while the latter lived in a competitive environment. The 9-story pavilion was located in Tianya City, where good and bad people mixed together. There were definitely many factions in the 9-story pavilion, and the environment was very intense. Hence, it was highly possible that the other party belonged to the latter, and he was trying to leave a good impression on Su Yu. Of course, Su Yu didn't think that there was anything wrong with him. He just felt that he was scheming. Shaking his head, Su Yu prepared to walk toward the Tonglin elixir store. All of a sudden, the small island that was floating in the air opposite the 9-story pavilion flickered, and a woman in a green dress walked out of it. The passers-by stopped in their tracks and exclaimed in surprise. Su Yu raised his head subconsciously, and his whole body stiffened. His gaze was fixed on the woman, and it was difficult for him to look away. It was a woman in a green palace dress. She was in her early 20s, and her skin was very fair, like the white snow that covered the wasteland in the middle of winter. Her smooth black hair was combed into a fairy-gazing 9-rings bun, and a red plum blossom was inserted into it. She was wearing a green palace dress with ancient patterns that was shaped like a cloud. Her figure was graceful, and she had a dignified and elegant air about her. She seemed like an indescribably noble princess. This was especially the case for her pair of limpid autumn eyes, which shone with a divine light and were filled with enchanting ripples. Once she appeared, she was like a mass of tender and soft water, which was sprinkling coolly on the noisy mortal world, making it brighter and more beautiful. As he looked at the beautiful figure, Su Yu couldn't get over it for a long time. It was her, the woman that Su Yu couldn't forget. She was Lu Chuyi. Su Yu couldn't forget the guilt he felt towards her. Lu Chuyi was elegantly and calmly leaving the floating island. That was the Purple Cloud Palace's headquarters, and she had been ordered to come here to deal with an extremely important matter. She left the island, and the gazes of the outside world couldn't affect her state of mind. She flew gracefully in the air and flew into the distance. However, all of a sudden, her heart skipped a beat. There was a gaze in the crowd that caused her heart to palpitate. She subconsciously looked in the direction of that gaze, but she could only see the gaze of an ordinary person. That gaze had disappeared without a trace. Strange. Did my senses deceive me? Lu Chuyi's slender, willowy eyebrows curled slightly as she muttered softly. She shook her head and left. Su Yu stepped out of a deserted alley in the distance, which was filled with lightning. He had a complicated feeling in his heart. He couldn't acknowledge Lu Chuyi with his real body. In her heart, Su Yu was probably still living in the distant Zhenlong world. Moreover, even if he did acknowledge her, Su Yu didn't know how he should face her. I'll just bear with it for now. I'll wait until my power reaches a profound level, and I don't fear any powerful enemies before I meet her again, Su Yu thought to himself. Su Yu surveyed his surroundings, determined his direction, and headed toward the Tonglin elixir store. After half a day had passed, Su Yu finally found the Tonglin elixir store. Tianya City was divided into the inner city and the outer city. Almost all of the prosperous industries of the Red Blood Palace, the Purple Cloud Palace, and the Central Prefecture's factions were located in the inner city. Compared to the inner city, the outer city was in ruins because it had been destroyed by many wars. First, it was affected by the aftermath of the Great War between humans and ghosts 100 years ago. Then, the Central Prefecture's repeated attacks on the 18 blessed and heavenly lands had caused the outer city to be in ruins. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the surroundings were filled with dilapidated ruins. Even though some of the areas had been rebuilt, they still couldn't compare to the resplendent inner city. The people living in the outer city were all martial artists in dire straits who depended on Tianya City for a living. Their power was low, and they didn't have enough crystals. They couldn't afford the expensive houses in the bustling inner city, and they couldn't afford expensive spiritual items. Thus, they could only make a living in Tianya City during the day, and return to the outer city to cultivate in silence at night. Thus, the outer city was deserted. The dilapidated streets were filled with martial artists who were hurrying back and forth. In Su Yu's words, the outer city was like a slum. As Su Yu stood in the sky, the martial artists who passed by him would often take a few glances at him. This was because he was wearing the Red Blood Palace's uniform and was a prestigious disciple of a prestigious faction. Su Yu sighed softly. He finally understood why the Tonglin elixir store's business was so bad. It wasn't because the previous shopkeepers were incapable, but because the environment was too harsh. After landing on the ground, Su Yu went to the Tonglin elixir store. The Tonglin elixir store was located in the center of the outer city, and it was considered the most bustling place in the area. But walking on this street, the number of pedestrians could be counted on one's fingers, pitifully small. The Tonglin elixir store was densely packed with all kinds of small and narrow stores. There were more than 30 elixir stores alone. The shopkeepers in the stores were bored to death and were killing time. The Tonglin elixir store didn't have anything special about it, and it wasn't eye-catching at all. If Su Yu hadn't been on a mission, he wouldn't have taken a second look at the Tonglin elixir store. Such a bleak situation. It's much worse than I imagined. Su Yu sighed softly. He clasped his hands behind his back as he entered the Tonglin elixir store. It was only about 20 square meters in size, and it was a small elixir store. The elixir store's elixirs could barely be considered complete, and most of them were ordinary elixirs that could only be used by people below the fairy realm. There were only a few spirit elixirs that could be consumed by fairies. This was because there were only a few fairies living in the outer city, and even if the store was filled with spirit elixirs, no one would come here to buy them. Hence, its customers were mainly the outer city's poor residents. "What do you want?" Su Yu stopped in front of the counter for a while before a youth, who was about 18 years old, walked over from behind and shouted at Su Yu from afar. His voice was ice-cold and devoid of any enthusiasm. "Even the shopkeepers are like this." Su Yu was speechless. "This elixir store is really hopeless. Do you think that I'm here to buy elixirs?" Su Yu asked expressionlessly. The youth furrowed his brows and asked impatiently, "Are you crazy? What are you doing here if you aren't here to buy elixirs?" When he reached the store's entrance, he noticed that Su Yu was wearing the Red Blood Palace's blue robe. His expression changed slightly, and his impatience disappeared. He then asked, "Did you come here to take over the shopkeeper's position? Just give me 2 months' worth of wages, as I don't want to work here for a long time." He was a local of Tianya City, and he was also an employee hired by the store. Since they didn't have a shopkeeper, they had left it to these employees to manage the store, and they were given their wages at regular intervals. Since the store was about to be closed, no one had come to visit it recently, and this was why their wages had been delayed. Su Yu sized him up calmly, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'm here to take over the shopkeeper's position. How many employees are there in the store? Summon them over to me, as I have something to say." The youth curled his lips. "TSK. Are you trying to encourage everyone to work wholeheartedly? Are you trying to sell elixirs with a smile on your face? Your predecessors were already tired of it, and they used all kinds of methods to attract customers. So, why do you still need to waste your time? In any case, this elixir store is about to be closed." He complained disdainfully, but he still led Su Yu to the back hall for the sake of his wages. The back hall wasn't big, and it was a courtyard that had 4 rooms. One of them was empty, while the other 3 rooms were occupied by a single person. "Qing Liu, Ying Luan, come out. Our new shopkeeper is about to give us a lecture." "Hee hee." The youth stood at the center of the courtyard and spoke in a self-mocking manner. Su Yu's expression didn't change, and he just stood calmly at the center of the courtyard. After a short while, a man and a woman walked out of each of the rooms. They were both 18 or 19 years old, and they were dressed shabbily. Their cultivations were quite low, and the woman's name was Ying Luan. She wasn't even at the immortal realm, as she was still in the dragon realm. It seemed like they were all poor residents of the outer city. The youth's name was Qing Liu, and he was quite skinny. He wore a cold expression as he walked out. He wasn't afraid of the new shopkeeper, and he walked toward him at a moderate pace. The woman's name was Ying Luan, and she was quite nervous as she ran. "Greetings, shopkeeper." Ying Luan was so nervous that her face became flushed, and she stuttered as she spoke. She didn't dare to look Su Yu in the eye. Qing Liu crossed his arms in front of his chest as he looked at Su Yu and asked, "Shopkeeper?" The youth laughed mockingly. "That's right, I'm the shopkeeper. He came here to pay us. How much do you owe him?" Su Yu interrupted him and asked calmly. The youth was startled by this, and he wondered, did he really come here to pay us? He then laughed heartily and said, "Did he really come here to pay us? I assumed that he was just another braggart. Did your ears not work well? Let me ask you, how much do you owe him?" Su Yu wore a calm expression, and it was impossible to discern whether he was happy or angry. The youth's face stiffened, and he became slightly infuriated. He then extended his hand and said, 2 months' worth of wages, 20 crystals. Qing Liu's eyes flickered, and he sneered coldly. Su Yu nodded calmly, then put his hand into his pocket and prepared to take out 20 crystals. At this moment, he heard Ying Luan speaking cautiously, "Wait a moment. Wages? We don't have that much." Su Yu stopped and looked at Ying Luan. Ying Luan's whole body shivered when he looked at her. She was quite scared, and she clasped her hands tightly together while biting her red lips. "Is that so? How much is 2 months' worth of wages?" Su Yu didn't look at the youth, but at Ying Luan. His gaze became slightly gentler. The youth curled up the corners of his mouth, and it seemed like he was quite angry. "Ying Luan, why didn't I know that you were so daring? If you dare to speak carelessly again, I will slap your mouth." After he spoke, he looked at Su Yu coldly and asked, "Why are you still in a daze? Give me 20 crystals." Su Yu turned a deaf ear to him and looked at Ying Luan. "How many months' worth of wages do you owe?" Ying Luan was so scared that she didn't dare to raise her head. She just raised a finger and said in a low voice, "I just came here for a month." In fact, apart from the youth, both of them had just come here not too long ago. As for the previous employees, they had already left after they realized that they didn't have any future prospects. "Okay, 20 crystals. Take it." Su Yu took out a small spatial ring, which was filled with 20 crystals. A spatial ring? Qing Liu and the youth were slightly startled by this, as just this small spatial ring cost 10 crystals. This meant that he had just given Ying Luan 30 crystals. Ying Luan raised her head abruptly, as if she was a startled deer. She quickly waved her hands and retreated. No, I don't have that much. I only worked here for a month, so I only got 2 crystals as a wage. I don't dare to take it. How could an employee of such a small shop earn 20 crystals a month? The Red Blood Palace's outer sanctum's disciples only got 100 crystals a month. In Tianyar City's slums, 2 crystals were a reasonable wage. I'm the shopkeeper, so I decide how much you get paid. From today onward, the Tonglin Elixir Store's employees will get 20 crystals a month. Su Yu stuffed the spatial ring into Ying Luan's hands. Ying Luan's mind went blank as she held the ring. 20 crystals? She couldn't even earn that much in a year. Moreover, in the future, his monthly salary would be 20 crystals. This was the best treatment that only the employees of the inner city's luxurious and high-class stores could get. Su Yu turned his head to look at Qing Liu and asked calmly, "What about you? How many months did you owe?" When Qing Liu met Su Yu's gaze, he suddenly became reserved, and he unconsciously let go of his hands, which were crossed over his chest. His gaze also became less sharp, and he didn't even dare to look at Su Yu for long. It was obvious that he was shocked by Su Yu's generosity, and his aura quickly weakened. "It's also a month." Qing Liu immediately regretted his words. Why didn't I say a few more months? It seemed like this new shopkeeper was easy to bully, as he didn't even dare to offend Qin Ziyi after being mocked by him. Su Yu nodded and threw a small pouch at him. There were also 20 crystals in it. He didn't get a spatial ring, so he was much worse off than Ying Luan. Chapter 845. However, Su Yu was already looking at the mocking youth, Qin Ziyi. "This is your salary for 2 months. Su Yu took out a small bag from his pocket and threw it to Qin Ziyi. Qin Ziyi was overjoyed, as this was 40 crystals, which was equivalent to 2 years' worth of income. However, when he held the small bag, his heart sank. When he opened the bag and took a closer look, he discovered that there were only 4 crystals inside, not 40. He was infuriated, so he threw the bag on the ground and raised his head ferociously. He glared at Suyu like a wild beast and scolded him. "What do you mean by this? Where's my salary?" Suyu replied calmly, 4 crystals. "Isn't that your salary?" Qin Ziyi was so infuriated that he laughed. "Are you trying to play with me? Didn't you just say that all of my shop's employees get 20 crystals a month? Why did they give it to me, while I still get the same salary as before?" Suyu was calm and composed, so he asked him back, "You are also aware that 20 crystals are my employee's salary. Didn't you just say that you don't want to work here anymore? Since you aren't my employee, how can you enjoy my employee's treatment?" Suyu looked at the 4 crystals, which were scattered all over the ground, then said expressionlessly, "Since you have worked hard, even if you didn't make any contributions, I will still give you 2 months' salary. Since you think that it's too little, you can go to the inner city's headquarters and ask for it." As he spoke, he waved his sleeves, and the 4 crystals returned to his palm. He then flipped his palm over, and the crystals went back into his spatial ring. Qin Ziyi was infuriated, and he pointed at Suyu as he shouted angrily, You dare to bully me? Since you want to drive me away, I won't. Don't give me 20 crystals a month less. Unless I don't want to work here anymore, I will just stay here and never leave." What a joke. Anyone who leaves a heaven-defying job of 20 crystals a month would be an idiot. Suyu turned around and sized him up. "What if I insist on driving you away?" Qin Ziyi laughed heartily when he heard him. "You are all idiots from your sanctum. Why didn't you inquire about my name before coming here? To tell you the truth, I am a member of the 3 Murders gang in the outer city, and the gang leader is the brother-in-law of one of my brothers. If you dare to chase me away, I will tear down your shop tomorrow. Don't assume that the Red Blood Palace is great. In the outer city, no matter who you are, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to bow down." He was also a gangster. The more impoverished a place was, the easier it was to create chaos, and chaos was the best soil for gangs to breed. The 3 Fools Gang. Suyu rubbed his chin. "It's the 3 Murders Gang. Idiot." Qin Ziyi raised his head proudly. Suyu nodded. 3 Murders Gang. Okay, I will remember it. When Qin Ziyi saw that Suyu had admitted defeat, he snorted coldly and said, "It seems like you are still sensible. The previous shopkeepers were just like you, with their noses in the air. But, didn't they all cower in the end? Now, don't talk nonsense. Pay me the wages first. 40 crystals, not 1 less. Do you understand? Don't miss a single piece." Suyu clasped his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Are you done talking? If you are done, then leave. You are fired, so you have 3 breaths' time to leave." Qin Ziyi was startled, and it was only after a breath's time had passed that he came back to his senses. He looked at Suyu as if he was an idiot and asked, "Are you AF** King Pig? Didn't you hear what I just said? I will say it once again. If I don't want to leave, then no one can drive me away." Qin Ziyi acted shamelessly, as he didn't take Suyu seriously at all. Suyu put down his hands behind his back and said calmly, 3 breaths' time is up, so it's better for me to drive you away." Suyu didn't seem to have moved at all, but just waved his right hand, and a tremendous power bombarded Qin Ziyi's chest. Qin Ziyi didn't even get a chance to react before he was sent flying away. Crack, crack. While he was flying away, many of his bones emitted cracking sounds, and he spouted blood crazily, while he let out a miserable shriek. In the end, his body streaked through the air in a graceful arc, then flew out of the courtyard and smashed into the street. Suyu had almost crippled him with just a casual strike. "It's finally peaceful now." Suyu took back his right hand, as he didn't have any reason to be lenient toward such a ruffian, who had damaged the store's reputation. Shock appeared on Qing Liu's face as he cried out involuntarily, "A fairy expert." The shopkeepers in the past were at most half fairies, yet now, a powerful fairy expert had unexpectedly come. Qing Liu's expression became solemn, and he was quite startled. The arrogance in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and not a trace of it could be seen anymore. When Su Yu heard him, he looked at him and asked, "You just said that you still lack something? Is it your salary?" Qing Liu's whole body shivered, and sweat beads appeared on his forehead. His heart was in his throat, and he replied hurriedly, "No, I don't lack anything." What a joke! After all, how would he dare to act rashly after witnessing Qin Zedi's fate? Su Yu nodded. "Okay, it's fine as long as you don't have it." Qing Liu's legs became soft, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't help but rejoice inwardly, as it was fortunate that Qin Zi had attracted Su Yu's attention before he had voiced his dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he would have ended up like Su Yu. "Senior, I'm Qing Liu, and she's Ying Luan." "Senior, what instructions do you have for me?" Qing Liu's attitude changed drastically. Su Yu waved his hand at him and said, "I'm not a senior, and you can just call me shopkeeper Su. As for my instructions, just do what you usually do now." Qing Liu was quite surprised by this. He had assumed that the new shopkeeper, who had paid him such a high salary, would do some difficult work. He didn't expect that it would be so easy. "Okay, just do what you were doing. I will rest for a while," Su Yu said. Qing Liu immediately led the way. "The room in the middle is where the previous shopkeepers live. I will help you clean it." "There is no need for that." Su Yu waved his hand at him and entered the room. He then closed the door and sat down cross-legged. Su Yu's soul body entered the 9-jade spiritual pearl and appeared in front of the nursery. Su Yu had already planted the seeds of the heart-refining mortal dust liquids ingredients that Elder Liao had found in the nursery. According to the supreme growing soil's miraculous nature, as long as it wasn't a natural treasure like the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, it would usually mature within 5 days. Moreover, if it continued to be cultivated, its maturity would increase. There were 8 kinds of ingredients, and the most precious one was the heartbroken zither grass's seeds. It was a spiritual object that had been extinct since ancient times, and only its seeds were left in this world. Even though it seemed precious now, it was still a common ingredient in ancient times, and it wasn't as rare and difficult to cultivate as the heavenly orchid silver bamboo. Thus, it had managed to germinate and mature within 5 days. Now, what appeared before Su Yu's eyes were 2 3-inch-long black-purple blades of grass. The blades of grass were perfectly straight, and at first glance, one would think that they were 2 black-purple chopsticks that were stuck in the soil. A bud was blooming at the top of the blades of grass, and many black seeds were densely packed within it. Many of them were scattered on the ground and fell into the supreme growing soil. If one observed them carefully, he could see that some of the seeds had already germinated, and in another 5 days, they would mature into the heartbroken zither grass. Su Yu revealed a faint smile as he used a jade magical artifact to dig out the grass, then took out all of its seeds. He counted them roughly and found that there were more than 30 of them, which he then buried in the supreme growing soil. As for the rest of the ingredients, they were even more common than the heartbroken zither grass. Even without the seeds, they could still be found in Tianya City. However, since he could save a large amount of ingredients, why wouldn't he do it? Now that Su Yu had obtained 2 portions of the heartbroken zither grass's ingredients, he could start crafting it now. Before leaving, Su Yu teleported to the bottom of the valley. Sheng Ji had a ghost prison token on each of her knees. She was in a deep meditation, quietly cultivating the cultivation technique passed down in the ghost prison token. Su Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. His eyes flickered as he looked to the other side. He saw that the little Kailin had learned from Sheng Ji, and it was sitting cross-legged with a black scroll in front of its knees. It was studying it seriously, and its whole body was emitting a faint purple light. Its appearance was so amusing that it couldn't help but laugh. It was diligently learning the mysterious heavenly crafting secret technique. Once it succeeded, it would be able to help Su Yu craft the silver sword. Once it succeeded, Su Yu would be able to use the 9 Suns Cosmos Sword Formation's 9 Suns Sword Formation. This was the sword formation that Su Yu had been looking forward to the most. Su Yu didn't disturb them, so he returned to the outside world and prepared to start crafting the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. He had 2 portions of the ingredients, as well as the spiritual artifact-grade furnace that Elder Liao had brought out of the soul-seizing palace. Fire. In the Red Blood Palace, Su Yu had the Raging Flame Cabinet's cultivation room, and he could use its earth fire to make elixirs. Su Yu wasn't familiar with Qianya City, so he needed to find a safe and reliable place. He might even have to go to the inner city, and it would be best if he could find a place that specialized in making elixirs. After all, that place's conditions were more suitable for making elixirs. "Shopkeeper Su, someone is looking for you." A weak stuttering voice transmitted from outside the door. It was Ying Luan. Su Yu opened the door and asked in a gentle tone, "Who is it?" He had just arrived in Qianya City, so he didn't know anyone here. So, why would someone be looking for him? It's the shopkeeper's subordinate," Ying Luan stuttered. "The shopkeeper? The elixir industry's shopkeeper?" Su Yu couldn't help but recall the gloomy-looking middle-aged man he had seen in the hall today. That middle-aged man was the shopkeeper who ran the largest elixir store in the Red Blood Palace's industries. According to what the middle-aged man with the surname Ju had said, he had great authority, and all the middle and low-grade shopkeepers in the Red Blood Palace's elixir industry had to obey his orders. Su Yu, who was filled with doubts, went to the store's entrance. A boy in colorful clothes was waiting for him impatiently, while Qing Liu was chatting with him. When the boy saw Su Yu come out, he curled his lips and said, "You took so long to come out. I'm a shopkeeper of the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store, and I'm here on Shopkeeper Fei's orders to inform you to go to the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store immediately to participate in the elixir meet." After he spoke, he turned around and left. As he walked away, he said, "I still have to inform the other elixir stores, so I won't accompany you. You can go by yourself." As Qing Liu watched him leave, he said indignantly, "How arrogant. A third-grade shopkeeper dares to speak to shopkeeper Su in such a manner." The Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store had many shopkeepers, and they were divided into different grades. The high-grade shopkeepers were still serving the customers, while only the third-grade shopkeepers were sent out to run errands. Chapter 846. It just so happened that he was going to enter the inner city to find a place to concoct pills, so it was not a big deal for him to take part in the elixir gathering. The Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store was located in an extremely bustling area of the inner city. It was overcrowded with people. Su Yu found the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store almost effortlessly. Not only was the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store magnificent like a palace, but it was also so huge that it was hard not to notice it. The Heavenly Fragrance Pill Store occupied an area of 100,000 square meters. In Qianya City, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, such a huge elixir store was rare. After entering the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store, the interior was luxuriously decorated, and the elixir energy permeated the air. It was divided into 10 areas, and each area sold pills of different grades. There were also low-grade spirit pills, and the highest-grade spirit pills were even at the Divine Master level. They were all expensive pills that cost more than 50,000 crystal stones each. Su Yu couldn't help but smack his tongue. 50,000 crystals. Surely, the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store's profits must be astonishing. Showing the shopkeeper's token, Su Yu went to the second floor. The second floor wasn't open to the public. It was where the staff of the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store stayed and ate. Of course, the most important thing was that it was also where meetings were held. Within the main hall, there were already 100 shopkeepers who had arrived. They were all restlessly waiting, whispering to each other, their expressions not too good. He, as expected, that fellow surnamed Fei is going to hold an elixir gathering again. It's just that he was reprimanded by the deputy general manager, and he immediately called us for a meeting. Look at how anxious he is. Someone mocked. For him to be this anxious, I can tell that the current situation of the alchemy market is very serious. I have a bad feeling about this alchemy gathering. I hope that Fei fellow doesn't go too far this time. Otherwise, even if I have to sacrifice some of my connections, I'll fight him to the end. Su Yu listened to the crowd's discussions and waited quietly for the meeting to begin. This wait lasted for a full 2 hours. All the shopkeepers had already arrived, but great shopkeeper Fei still hadn't shown himself. Only when everyone became impatient did 2 beautiful maids walk out from another side hall. They stood at the entrance with their delicate heads bowed in a very respectful manner. The noisy hall instantly fell silent. The dissatisfied expressions on the faces of the shopkeepers were replaced with stern expressions. Da, the sound of unhurried footsteps came from the side hall. A middle-aged man wearing a long robe with golden threads on it walked out with his hands behind his back. His face was expressionless, neither happy nor angry. His footsteps were steady, his gaze cold, and his aura was extremely strong. At this moment, the main hall was completely silent. No one was whispering to each other anymore. Suyu looked at this person, and he had quite a good impression of him. He was one of the 3 great shopkeepers, the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store's great shopkeeper. Suyu saw the reactions of the people around him. Great shopkeeper Fei came late, as if he had done this on purpose to show off his status as a great shopkeeper. Great shopkeeper Fei, who was sitting on the rostrum, swept his gaze over the crowd. It seemed like he was trying to figure out who hadn't arrived yet. After he had ascertained that everyone had arrived, he said, "Sirs, you should all be aware of the Red Blood Palace's elixir market situation. The Central Prefecture's factions have continuously released several brand new elixirs with excellent effects and favorable prices. This has caused our 18 blessed and heavenly lands business to decline. Now is the time to test everyone. At this critical juncture, we should unite as one and resist the Central Continent's invasion together." Great shopkeeper Fei paused for a moment, then said, "In order to strengthen our advantage and resist the Central Prefecture's invasion, I have decided to hold an elixir meet and announce a plan to save the situation." The crowd didn't utter a single word, and they all looked at great shopkeeper Fei in confusion. The plan is that all elixir stores will unite and focus on the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store, then focus on selling the blood cleansing pill, spiritual nourishment pill, and exquisite powder. The Central Prefecture's most popular elixirs are the same type of elixirs as these 3 elixirs. So, if we can lower the price of the blood cleansing pill and the other elixirs, then all elixir stores will carry out the same activity at the same time, then we will surely be able to snatch a large number of customers and sell a large number of elixirs. What do you all think of this plan? The crowd started whispering to each other and discussing it intensely. Suyu was surprised by this, as he was quite familiar with such a plan. It was the so-called joint marketing. They would give up profits and reduce prices to attract customers. There were more than 100 elixir stores in Tianya City, and if they carried out the same activity at the same time, it would surely cause a great commotion and attract a large number of customers. As such, the Central Prefecture's elixirs sales would decline. Such a plan couldn't be used for a long time, as it was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. It couldn't be denied that great shopkeeper Fei's proposal was quite reasonable. The only thing that made Suyu smile was that great shopkeeper Fei didn't explain one matter clearly. After half a cup of tea's time had passed, the crowd's discussion had almost come to an end. What do you think? If you have any problems, you can raise them now. Once we carry them out, none of the elixir stores will go back on their word, and if they dare to go against us in secret, they will become our enemies, great shopkeeper Fei said. Some of the shrewd shopkeepers exchanged glances with each other, before they elected a nameless low-grade store's shopkeeper. He then asked, "Great shopkeeper, may I ask where we can get the 3 elixirs you just mentioned? Are we just elixir dealers who look for their own supply?" Most of their elixir stores had alchemists making elixirs, but the elixirs they made were far from enough. Thus, they relied on elixir dealers to buy them back at a low price. Great shopkeeper Fei revealed a faint smile and said, "You don't need to worry about that. These elixirs are all provided by our Heavenly Fragrance Elixir Store. Since there wasn't an issue with their supply, then they had to worry about the real problem. Since great shopkeeper Fei is providing them, then we can set our minds at ease. May I ask what the price of these 3 elixirs is?" The shopkeeper asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Great shopkeeper Fei replied, "I will obviously give you a preferential price. If you buy these 3 elixirs from me, they will be sold for 9 crystals each. You should know that such elixirs are usually sold for 10 crystals in the market." Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically, and they were all infuriated. Great shopkeeper Fei was really going too far. They bought the 3 kinds of elixirs from elixir dealers. Usually, they only needed 5 crystals for one set. However, It was ridiculous that they had to pay 9 crystals to buy them from great shopkeeper Fei. Even if they sold all of them and earned a single crystal, they wouldn't even be able to earn back the store's operating cost. Great shopkeeper Fei was obviously using the excuse of resisting the Central Prefecture's invasion to extort them wantonly, thus causing the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store's declining profit. Before the start of the meeting, they were all worried that great shopkeeper Fei would go too far. Now, it seemed like it wasn't just going too far, it was as if he was exploiting them like livestock. However, the strange thing was that even though all of them wished to skin great shopkeeper Fei alive, none of them dared to refute him, and none of them even revealed an angry expression. The low-grade shopkeeper, who had raised the question, turned pale, and his body swayed. "Do you have any other questions?" Great shopkeeper Fei asked. The low-grade shopkeeper shook his head and sat down hurriedly. He didn't dare to raise any objections. Great shopkeeper Fei revealed a faint smile and said, "Sirs, to ensure the quality of these 3 elixirs, you must buy them from the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store. If you buy them from an elixir dealer, don't blame me for not remembering my past kindness." The unspoken implication of his words was that he would force them to buy the elixirs from the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store at a high price. In this way, the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store would be able to make a huge profit this month, while the other elixir store's profits would undoubtedly decline. Great shopkeeper Fei would definitely be able to get through this crisis, but the other elixir stores would be in a terrible situation. However, due to great shopkeeper Fei's connections, the shopkeepers of the middle-grade and low-grade elixir stores were worried that they would be oppressed and put in a difficult position. Before great shopkeeper Fei came here, they were filled with indignation, and if he went too far, they would rather quit than compromise with him. But now, great shopkeeper Fei was treating them like livestock, and none of them dared to refute him. Su Yu shook his head as he looked at him, then stood up and asked, "Great shopkeeper Fei, do you have any other matters? If you don't, then I will take my leave." The main hall was already silent, yet someone had suddenly appeared at such a crucial juncture. How could they not be shocked by this? The crowd turned their heads around and looked at the fearless elixir store's shopkeeper, who was sitting in the back. Upon seeing him, many people were surprised. After all, he had stayed in the deputy general manager's side hall for a while, and he had left a deep impression on some of them. Most of them were confused, as they had never seen Su Yu's face before. However, they were all amazed by Su Yu's daring actions. His sudden departure was tantamount to giving great shopkeeper Fei a tight slap in the face. It must be known that he was forcing all of the shopkeepers to lower their heads, and Su Yu's sudden appearance at such a time was obviously provoking great shopkeeper Fei's dignity. Great shopkeeper Fei was still wearing a faint smile, but a gloomy glint flickered in the depths of his eyes as he asked, "Hehe, who is this shopkeeper?" Su Yu turned his head around to look at him, then replied indifferently, "I'm the Tonglin Elixir Store's new shopkeeper. I won't participate in great shopkeeper Fei's plan, as I still have something to do. So, you can continue." All of the shopkeepers were dumbfounded by this, as they couldn't believe that Su Yu dared to talk back to great shopkeeper Fei. This lad is Finnish. More accurately speaking, both him and the Tonglin Elixir Store are finished. Great shopkeeper Fei's expression stiffened. He had almost forgotten how many years it had been since someone dared to speak to him in such a manner in the elixir meet. "You're Tonglin, right? This plan is related to the Red Blood Palace's elixir industry in Tianya City, and if you don't participate in it, then who will bear the responsibility if it fails?" Su Yu looked at him in confusion. "I'm just a small elixir store that is burdened with debts, so it doesn't matter whether I participate in it or not. If the plan fails, then it will obviously be your responsibility, so how can you put the responsibility on another shopkeeper? This plan was proposed by you, so the one who will bear the responsibility is obviously you. I really don't understand why you would ask such a question." Su Yu shook his head, as if he was implying that great shopkeeper Fei was stupid and ignorant. All of the people present sucked in a breath of cold air as they wondered, is this lad crazy? Or does he not want to stay in Tianya City any longer? Great shopkeeper Fei's expression became gloomy, and he couldn't keep up his act any longer. He slapped the table, stood up, and glared at Su Yu angrily. "How impudent! I'm only concerned about the Red Blood Palace's industry, so why are you trying to sow discord between us? It seems to me like you're a spy sent by the Central Prefecture's factions. He didn't say anything further, as he immediately charged Suyu with a crime. Suyu shrugged his shoulders carelessly. It doesn't matter what you think, as you can report it to the Deputy General Manager and say that I'm a spy. As long as the Deputy General Manager agrees to punish me, I will accept it. In any case, I won't allow your Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store to extort even a single cent from my Tonglin Elixir store. Suyu decided to state this matter clearly. Great shopkeeper Fei was so infuriated that his face became flushed, and his body shivered as he pointed at Suyu angrily. How dare you? Chapter 847. His right was just to hold the elixir meat. He was only using his power to intimidate people, as well as his connections. As long as he gave the word, all elixir dealers who had connections with the Red Blood Palace wouldn't dare to sell their elixirs to any elixir store. This was because the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store was the elixir dealer's greatest financial backer, and none of them wanted to offend it. Shopkeeper Fei's expression became gloomy. Newcomer, as long as you leave this place, I guarantee that you won't be able to open your elixir store again. However, what infuriated him was that Suyu still wore an indifferent expression. Is that so? I'll wait and see. As he spoke, he left the main hall in front of the crowd's gazes. The whole place became deathly silent, and no one dared to speak. This was because they could all feel the anger in shopkeeper Fei's chest, which was on the verge of erupting. After Suyu left the Heavenly Fragrance Elixir store, he started strolling around. As for shopkeeper Fei's threat, he had already forgotten about it. This place was bustling and had all kinds of shops. When Suyu passed by a vast circular plaza, which was only inferior to the 9-story building and the island in the sky, a beautiful young girl came over to him and handed him a leaflet. Several lines of words were printed on it. This Tianya auction will have a mysterious finale item. If you register now, you will get a chance to get a spirit-nourishing pill, which is worth 10 crystals. Don't miss this opportunity. As Suyu looked at the leaflets, which were scattered all over the streets and alleys of his previous life, he couldn't help but smile. He couldn't help but miss his life on Earth. Old mister, do you want to participate in the auction? The beautiful young girl asked with a smile. Suyu shook his head. I'm not interested in the auction for now, but I will need to consign some items for sale in your auction house. I'm not sure whether that's possible. The beautiful young girl's eyes lit up. Old mister, as long as a treasure's value reaches Tianya City's auction standard, you will get a chance to enter the auction stage that will take place in half a month. She was an auction house's worker, and if she could get the owner of an item to come, she would get a commission. Suyu was wearing the Red Blood Palace's disciple's uniform, and since he was quite old, he must have some powerful treasures. I will come back later. Suyu nodded. The beautiful young woman took out a thumb-sized stone from her sleeve and handed it over to him with a faint smile. I'm sure, and if you want to sell a treasure, you just have to crush this stone in front of the Tianya auction house, and Shor will come out. Suyu kept the stone and left with a smile. Tianya City was bustling with trade, so it was quite easy for Suyu to find an elixir production place. In the inner city alone, there were as many as 10 places for alchemists to practice alchemy. However, most of these alchemists belonged to a certain faction. Because there weren't many places in Tianya City that were suitable for producing earth fire, they had gathered in this region. Alchemists like Suyu, who did not belong to any faction, were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Suyu chose a relatively well-known elixir production place. This place was famous for its stable earth fire. Not only was it favored by new alchemists, but some old alchemists would also choose this place to produce important elixirs. Purple Flame Mountain. Suyu was standing in front of a mountain that was burning with raging flames. 3 words were carved on the mountain's forehead. The entire mountain was dug out with many caves of the same size. The caves were filled with earth fire and were very suitable for alchemy. However, the price was quite high. Each entry would be charged according to the hour, and each hour would cost 1 crystal. Suyu paid 4 crystals and chose a cave in the corner. After he entered it, the cave's seal was activated automatically. The seal's soundproofing effect was very strong, so no matter what happened inside, it wouldn't be transmitted out. Moreover, The elixirs that were produced couldn't escape from the cave. It could be said that this was a seal designed for elixir production. The cave was well lit, and there was a fire pond in the center that was burning with raging flames. Moreover, it was very stable. There was also a sophisticated control device that could control the flame's minute changes. It was much more professional than the Red Blood Palace's Raging Flame Cabinet. After all, the Raging Flame Cabinet was just a place for cultivation, not elixir production. Suyu calmed himself down and took out the elixir furnace. He then placed the 2 portions of the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's ingredients in front of him. Suyu's heart was filled with anticipation as he wondered. What are the effects of the ancient elixir recipe? How helpful is it to one's soul? After getting rid of all distracting thoughts, Suyu started processing the ingredients. The most difficult to process was the heartbroken zither grass, as it contained a deadly poison. If he wasn't careful, he would contaminate the elixir and turn the heart-refining mortal dust liquid into a deadly poison. Even a divine master wouldn't be able to survive after consuming it. Suyu held the heartbroken zither grass in his hand, and according to the elixir recipe's instructions, he had to remove exactly 30% of the poison. If there was too much poison left in the grass, then the elixir produced would turn into a poisonous liquid. If he purified it too quickly, then the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's production would fail. Therefore, even the best elixir masters of the ancient times had to be very careful when processing the heartbroken zither grass, as it was very difficult. However, it was a piece of cake for Suyu. As the Milky Way's radiance revolved in his right palm, the poison in the heartbroken zither grass was absorbed bit by bit. When only 70% of the poison was left, Suyu stopped immediately. The purple-black heartbroken zither grass had a light purple hue, and it looked like a crystal-clear jade hairpin. It was extremely beautiful. After purifying it, the rest of the ingredients were much easier to process. After 10 minutes, the 2 portions of ingredients were completely purified. Suyu officially started refining the elixir. The extreme elixir manufacturing technique had 3 limits: purification, flames, and fusion. Suyu could only achieve the former, while the latter 2 were still at the most rudimentary level. Even so, he still managed to successfully refine a 4th-grade spirit elixir. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid shouldn't be a difficult task. Suyu took out the elixir furnace and meticulously followed the elixir recipe's instructions. He then put in the ingredients, covered the furnace, and tried to control the flames. What surprised Suyu was that when he tried to control the flames, he discovered that his perception of the intensity of the flames had become much more sensitive than when he was refining elixirs the last time. He could even feel the flames' intimacy towards him, as wisps of fire-based aura slowly approached him. What's going on? Suyu was surprised, and as he stared at the fire-based aura surrounding him, he suddenly understood. Is it because I've comprehended the 5 elements conception? Fire is one of the 5 elements. Suyu couldn't help but marvel at it. He didn't expect that cultivating the 5 elements mysteries art would be of such great help to his elixir production. Suyu was delighted, and he started wholeheartedly refining the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, which he had been dreaming about for a long time. In the process of controlling the flames this time around, Suyu was like water flowing into a canal. He was very close to the stage where his mind and soul were one with the flames. The flame process, which was the most prone to failure, was easily completed and entered the final pill fusion process. Suyu did not have much experience with this process. Hence, after fusing the elixir 3 times and reaching his limit, he stopped. Buzz buzz buzz, with a light tremble, the pill furnace constantly shook, as if some powerful spiritual object within was trying to break through its shackles. Suyu licked his lips, prepared the jade box, and patted the lid of the elixir furnace with one hand. Bang! The furnace was opened, and a loud sound rang out as a powerful pressure rushed into the sky, bringing with it a mist that spread out in all directions. It wasn't a solid pill, but a liquefied mist. Suyu was caught off guard. He waved his sleeves and gathered the mist in the jade box. However, he was still a step too late. 30% of it sprayed onto the stone wall and was wasted. Moreover, because the mist was exposed to the air, it caused the medicinal power to evaporate by 40%. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid's production was considered a success, but it failed at the elixir harvesting stage. As Su Yu looked at the jade box in his hand, the mist condensed within it and gradually fused into a liquid. There was a light purple layer on it, and it looked dreamy and beautiful. Wisps of alluring fragrance made one's soul feel refreshed. It was as if one's soul had just taken a bath and its dust had been swept away. This item was indeed effective for souls. The only unfortunate thing was that the elixir harvesting this time was slightly flawed, and it could be considered a failed product. However, Su Yu was not discouraged. He calmed himself down and started crafting another batch of ingredients. Having learned his lesson from the previous mistake, Su Yu's crafting was easy. 4 hours later, it was the final elixir harvesting stage. Su Yu had already suffered a loss once, so how could he make the same mistake again? The moment the elixir furnace was opened, Su Yu revolved his whole body's vital energy and enveloped the mist, preventing it from coming into contact with the air. When the mist gradually dissipated, Su Yu used his vital energy to envelop the mist and force it into the jade box. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid was obviously more crystalline and flawless. When the sunlight shone upon it, it emitted an intoxicating purple light. Wisps of soul-stirring fragrance wafted into Su Yu's nose from the cracks of the jade box. Su Yu couldn't help but let out a long groan, while delight appeared in his eyes. What a powerful medicinal power! If just its fragrance alone is this powerful, how beneficial will it be to my soul if I directly consume it? Su Yu resisted the urge to consume it and put away the 2 jade boxes reluctantly. He then took the furnace and left the purple flame mountain. Before he left, he purposely cleaned up all traces of the elixir's crafting. He even got rid of the elixir's fragrance that lingered in the air so that no one would discover it. After he left the purple flame mountain, Su Yu did not return to the Tonglin elixir store. Instead, he went straight to the auction house. If he wanted to reverse the Tonglin elixir store's losses and earn a large amount of merit points, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid would be an indispensable treasure. However, he did not know how great of a sensation this soul-tempering ancient elixir liquid would cause. After Su Yu reached the Tianya auction house, he crushed Shao-Er's pebble. After a short while, Shao-Er ran out while gasping for breath. She had an apologetic look on her face as she said, "Old mister, I'm sorry. The great appraiser just came back, so all of our employees went to listen to his lecture. That's why we couldn't come out in time. Please forgive us." Su Yu didn't take offense. "It doesn't matter. You also have your own difficulties. Take me inside. I have 2 treasures that I want to put up for sale." Shao-Er's eyes lit up. "Old mister, may I ask what type of treasure it is?" "A type of spiritual liquid," Su Yu replied. Shao-Er furrowed her brows and said, "It's related to elixirs? This will be troublesome. Most of the items that Tianya auction house receives are elixirs, but only a few of them can catch the appraiser's attention. But, since you are here, you should give it a try. Perhaps you will succeed." Shao-Er smiled encouragingly. She felt that Su Yu didn't stand a chance. Tianya City had an abundance of elixirs, so unless they were extremely rare and precious, it would be difficult for them to catch the appraiser's attention and be auctioned. The items that could be put up for auction were limited, so only a few of the items that were put up for sale were qualified to be displayed on the auction stage to Tianya City's martial artists. Chapter 848. Even though Shao-Er didn't think highly of Su Yu, she still treated him kindly. Her status in the Tianya auction house was quite low, and she was only qualified to distribute flyers on the street. She also tried to rope in martial artists who consigned their treasures for sale. The Tianya auction house was the biggest auction house in the city, and countless martial artists came here to consign their items every day. Usually, people who possessed precious treasures would enter Tianya City directly, and it was rare for them to be roped in like Su Yu. This was the reason why the Tianya auction house rarely took a fancy to the martial artists it recruited. Shao-Er's actions of trying to rope in martial artists blindly didn't bring her any rewards, and she would only get 1 crystal as a reward from the auction house once or twice a year. Even so, Shao-Er still enjoyed it, and she persisted. After all, a single crystal was a great fortune for a poor person like her. "Old mister, it's great that you're confident. Even if you can't satisfy the appraiser, please don't be discouraged, as there are 3 other auction houses in the city that aren't any smaller than ours, and you might be able to try your luck there. Sho'er pursed her lips into a faint smile. Tianya City was vast, and there was obviously more than one auction house. Apart from the Tianya auction house, there were 3 other auction houses from the 18 Blessed and Heavenly Lands and the Central Prefecture. Even though they weren't as good as the Tianya auction house, they were still first-class auction houses. As for the Tianya auction house's background, it was quite mysterious, and no one knew its origins. But, since it was able to occupy Tianya City, it was obvious that it had a powerful background. Hee. Suyu chuckled. He was quite confident in the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and he believed that it wouldn't disappoint him. After an hour, Sho'er led Suyu into the auction house's rear palace and to a row of stone houses. There was a long queue in front of each stone house, and a shopkeeper like Sho'er was leading a martial artist into the stone house. Every stone house has an appraiser, and he is quite experienced. He has appraised countless treasures in his life, so he rarely makes a mistake. After martial artists enter one of the houses, they will state their reason for coming here and present their items to them for appraisal. As long as they approve of it, they will submit it to our great appraiser for a final appraisal. If the great appraiser approves of it, they will be able to walk onto the auction stage. On the auction stage, the price of an item will often be raised by more than 30%. Every martial artist hopes that their treasure will be chosen. Sho'er chose a stone house with fewer people and waited quietly. She lowered her voice and said, "Let's appraise the items in front of this appraiser." Most appraisers don't have good tempers. When we enter the house, we must not anger them. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. Appraisers were usually haughty, as they knew things that ordinary people didn't know about, and they felt that they were superior to others. Moreover, the Tianya auction house added a halo to their statuses, and it was inevitable that their tempers were bad. I understand. Suyu expressed his understanding. This wait lasted for another hour. The appraiser in this stone house was very fast, almost twice as fast as other appraisers. Judging from the expressions of the cultivators who walked out, none of them looked good. Some of them even looked angry. Clearly, they had been bullied. This appraiser seems easy to get along with. Suyu revealed a faint smile. Sho'er furrowed her beautiful brows and said, "Such a fast appraisal technique. Don't tell me that we've encountered the 1,000-hand-old immortal?" When Suyu saw Sho'er's odd expression, he asked, "Is there a problem with this 1,000-hand-old immortal?" Sho'er shook her head hesitantly. "There isn't a problem. It's just that the 1,000-hand-old immortal is famous for his high standards. Few of the treasures appraised by him are chosen by him. In fact, there are some treasures that might be chosen by other appraisers, but they won't stand a chance in his hands." She then added, "Many cultivators hate him. I came here in a hurry, so I didn't ask him about it in time. Let's change to another appraiser." Sho'er bit her lip. In her eyes, Suyu's elixir-type treasures wouldn't be chosen by any appraiser. However, she still tried her best to think for Suyu's sake. "Hehe, Miss Sho'er, you are too considerate. It's good that 1,000-hand-old immortal took a fancy to it, but it doesn't matter even if he didn't. It's my fault that my treasures aren't as good as his." Suyu shook his head with a faint smile. Next, the stone house's door was opened, and a youth, whose face was filled with anger and humiliation, walked out. Suyu smiled at Sho'er and said, "Wait for me for a moment." After he spoke, he strode into the stone house. The stone house's door was then closed, and a seal was cast upon it. This way, the outside world wouldn't be able to see what was happening inside the stone house. The stone house was brightly lit, and it was brighter than the outside world. A sharp-faced old man was sitting casually in front of a stone table. He looked at Suyu coldly and spoke mechanically, "Take out the item you want to sell." Such a stiff attitude wasn't good for him. It was easy to see elixir powders and ingredients scattered around the stone table. There were many precious items among them. It seemed like some treasures had been swept away by brute force and had been scattered around by accident. Suyu nodded, then quietly took out a jade box from his pocket. It was purple, and it was beautiful. It was the failed heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and it could be considered a defective product. It didn't even have 60% of the medicinal power of a successful product. This is the item I want to sell. It's a liquid elixir. Please have a look at it. Suyu placed it on the stone table. Thousand-Hand-Old Immortal furrowed his brows when he heard that it was a liquid elixir. He then said, "How dare you bring a liquid elixir to the Tianya auction house? I despise people who try to rely on their luck the most." Suyu didn't get angry, and he just stood calmly at the side, ignoring his complaints. Even though Thousand-Hand-Old Immortal was complaining, he still carried out his duty and opened the jade box to examine its medicinal power. As soon as it was opened, a fragrant smell that refreshed one's soul assaulted their nostrils. Thousand-Hand-Old Immortal furrowed his brows slightly and asked, "A liquid elixir that can nourish one's mind and calm one's mind?" The defective elixir's fragrance wasn't pure, and if one didn't examine it carefully, they would just assume that it was something that could nourish one's mind. It was only when one examined it carefully that they discovered that the elixir's fragrance affected one's soul. Thousand-Hand-Old Immortal expressionlessly took out a drop of the liquid elixir and placed it on a precise magical artifact to examine it. After a long while, he said, "It also has a medicinal power that can increase a middle-stage fairy's cultivation. Judging from its combination, it can nourish one's mind and calm one's mind, while it can also increase one's cultivation. It's a compound elixir." He was able to discern the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's dual medicinal powers in a short time, so he wasn't a mediocre person. However, his examination method was too hasty, and he didn't examine the elixir's fragrance deeply. In the end, it was because he looked down on Suyu's heart-refining mortal dust liquid that he didn't examine it carefully. It was no wonder that his examination speed was twice as fast as other appraisers. Judging from its combination, it's a middle-grade spirit elixir that can increase one's cultivation. It also has other effects, and it's pretty good among elixirs of the same grade. Thousand-Hand-Old Immortal raised his head and spoke calmly, "However, you still dare to take a defective elixir that failed to be refined and appraised by me? Take your things and get lost." Thousand-Hand-Old Immortal snorted disdainfully, then waved his sleeves and swept away the jade box on the stone table. Anger flickered in Suyu's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, and he managed to catch the jade box in time. Even though he managed to catch it, 2 drops of it still splashed out and fell on the stone table, which was filled with miscellaneous items. It was only now that Suyu understood why there were so many precious materials and elixir powders scattered around his stone table. He also finally understood why so many people had left in anger. Chapter 849. After all, even though the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was a defective product, it was still very valuable. Thousand-Hands-Old Xian's behavior was really infuriating. Suyu took the jade box and looked at him calmly. He then turned around and left without uttering a single word. He wasn't worried that the heart-refining mortal dust liquid would be unknown. After all, as long as someone was patient enough to examine it, they would be able to discover its true medicinal power, which was the tempering of one's soul. This was a spirit elixir that could make people go crazy. Since the Tianya auction house didn't have such a discerning eye, Suyu decided to just send it to the other 3 auction houses. As long as he could make the heart-refining mortal dust liquid famous, it didn't matter who he sold it to. Suyu wore a calm expression as he walked out of the stone house. Shaw, who was waiting beside him, asked delightedly, "Old mister, did your spirit elixir pass the appraisal?" None of the martial artists who had come out of Thousand-Hands-Old Xian's stone house were as calm as Suyu. Suyu shook his head. "Thousand-Hands-Old Xian has a high standard, and the spirit liquid I took out couldn't catch his eye." Shaw's pretty face darkened. She forced a smile and comforted Suyu. "It's all my fault. If I had taken you to another appraiser, you might have gotten a better result." Suyu had a good impression of this young girl, so he threw her a small pouch and said, "You have done your best. I will go to the other auction houses." Shaw subconsciously grabbed the small pouch and opened it. 10 sparkling crystals were squeezed together. "Ah, old mister, you." Shaw was startled, and her body shivered. "It's a reward for your hard work." Suyu waved his hand at her and left the auction house. As a shop assistant, It was not that she had never heard of generous cultivators who would reward the maidservants they served. However, they would usually reward them with crystal shards. Complete crystal shards were very rare. Only outstanding shop assistants who had come into contact with important customers would have the opportunity to reward 10 crystal shards in one go. Shaw was pleasantly surprised. She knew that she had run into a generous person, so she quickly chased after him and accompanied him to the Tianya auction house. "Old mister, thank you for your reward. I will never forget it." Shaw's eyes were filled with gratitude. Suyu shook his head with a smile. "Crystals are just worldly possessions, so you don't need to care about them. By the way, which of the other 3 auction houses is run by the Red Blood Palace?" After all, he was still a disciple of the Red Blood Palace, and he wouldn't be bullied in the Red Blood Palace's auction house. Shaw quickly said, "It's the Scarlet Blood auction house. It's not far from here. I'll take you there." Suyu smiled and pointed at the leaflets in her hand, which she had yet to finish distributing. "You should attend to your own matters first. We will meet again someday." With that, he disappeared into the sea of people. In the Tianya auction house's rear hall, it was noon, and the appraisers had to rest. However, the appraisers couldn't relax, because it was time for the great appraisers to patrol and inspect treasures during working days. The great appraiser would enter the stone houses one by one to question them personally. Therefore, this was the most nervous moment for all the Horizon appraisers. If the grand appraiser was displeased, he had the authority to fire the appraiser who failed to meet his requirements. The great appraiser had a very good reputation, and other auction houses would rarely take in appraisers who were fired by him. It was almost as if he could cut off an ordinary appraiser's livelihood in Tianya City with just one sentence. At this moment, all the appraisers were on high alert as they waited for the grand appraiser to arrive. The same was true for Thousand Hands Old Xian. He sat upright and still, and tried his best to put on a serious and attentive look. Creak, when the stone house opened, Thousand Hands Old Xian's heart tightened. The great appraiser had come to his place. "Thousand Hands, how is it? Have you found any valuable items for sale?" An old man with white hair and a youthful complexion walked into the room. His eyes were very sharp. Thousand Hands Old Xian promptly stood up and said in a meticulous manner, reporting to great appraiser, "There is currently no item of high value. This subordinate is incompetent." The old man helplessly shook his head. "Thousand Hands, I know that you have high standards and disdain for ordinary items, but if there is a good item, then just muddle through. Recently, the auction house has been a bit sluggish, and there is a lack of high-quality items." Qian Shou said stubbornly, "Great appraiser, I think that ordinary goods aren't qualified to enter our Tianya auction house, and this is an insult to us. So, I think that it's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. I believe that as long as it's truly valuable, it won't be able to escape my eyes." The old man stared at Thousand Hands and nodded. It seemed like he agreed with him. Even though this person was arrogant, he was really skilled, but he was too stubborn. The old man didn't try to persuade him any further, and he just nodded and left with his hands clasped behind his back. The stone house's door opened, and a cool breeze blew into it, sweeping away the room's aura. The great appraiser, who had just reached the door's threshold, suddenly stopped, and his nostrils flared. Surprise flickered in his eyes, and he couldn't help but stop. He stared at Thousand Hands Old Xian and faintly smiled. "Thousand Hands, did you plan to wait until the evening patrol to give me this surprise?" Thousand Hands Old Xian was taken aback, and he asked in confusion, "Great appraiser, please speak frankly." The great appraiser couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Do you think that you can hide it from me? There is an unfamiliar elixir's fragrance in this room, and it's a brand new elixir's fragrance that I've never seen before. Moreover, I discovered that it seems to have a slight effect on my soul. Quickly take it out. I've been appraising elixirs for dozens of years, and this isn't the first time that I've seen an elixir that can strengthen one's soul. However, I've only seen it twice, and all of those elixirs are precious and heaven-defying, peerless grade elixirs that even all creation old monsters would fight over. You unexpectedly received such an elixir?" The great appraiser's eyes shone with a bright light. Thousand Hands Old Xian was startled when he heard this. This was an elixir that could strengthen one's soul. He had been an appraiser for more than 100 years, and he had only seen such elixirs in ancient books. Such elixirs were extremely rare, and it was difficult to find them in this world. So, how could they appear in his stone house? Great appraiser, are you joking with me? If I really found such an elixir, I would have reported it to you, Thousand Hands Old Xian said in surprise. The great appraiser's smile stiffened, and he stared at Thousand Hands Old Xian with narrowed eyes. Thousand Hands, did you embezzle such an elixir? It wasn't as if something like this hadn't happened before. When an appraiser discovered that a martial artist's treasure was extremely precious, he would covet it and take it for himself. If such a matter was discovered, the Tianya auction house would surely kill him. The great appraiser was quite confident in his sense of smell, but Thousand Hands Old Xian was acting suspiciously. Thousand Hands Old Xian was startled, and he knelt down on one knee as he said, I don't dare to do such a thing. Great appraiser, I'm willing to cooperate with you and conduct a body search. The great appraiser was startled by this, and when he saw that Thousand Hands Old Xian didn't seem to be putting on an act, he was flabbergasted. All of a sudden, his gaze fell on a pile of miscellaneous items beside the stone table, and it seemed as if he had discovered something. He quickly took 2 steps forward and swept his gaze around the room. His gaze then fixed on 2 drops of purple liquid that were about to dry up. His eyes shone as he said, It's this thing. Thousand Hands Old Xian followed his gaze, and he was at first bewildered, but he was soon horrified and bewildered. The great appraiser pinched a trace of the dried liquid with his finger and placed it before his nose. He sniffed it, and a comfortable feeling transmitted from the depths of his soul. His soul started to float, and it even faintly felt as if it had become more solid. It's this. It's an ancient elixir, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. It's purple, and it's an ancient elixir that can strengthen one's soul and cultivation at the same time. The great appraiser's eyes were filled with shock, and he was visibly moved. Even though he didn't have such an elixir's recipe, he was still familiar with its description. What? The heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Thousand Hands Old Xian, who also knew about this famous elixir, turned pale with fright. What? The great appraiser's expression was ice-cold, and he suddenly turned around and said, Tell me, where is the elixir? If you don't hand it over, I'll send you to the punishment hall immediately, and your life will no longer be in your hands there. Plop. Thousand Hands Old Xian was so scared that his legs turned to jelly, and his face became as pale as a sheet of paper. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and he hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Great appraiser, please have mercy on me. I really didn't hide the elixir. Humph. I think you won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. How dare you be greedy for such a thing? Guards. The great appraiser sneered. At this moment, Thousand Hands Old Xian didn't dare to hide anything, and with a sad face, he said, I've returned the elixir, and that customer took it and left. What? The great appraiser was shocked, and he suspected that Thousand Hands Old Xian was lying. He had rejected such a heaven-defying ancient elixir as a substandard one. Thousand Hands Old Xian said hurriedly, This matter is absolutely true. He was brought back by a maidservant, and the maidservant can testify whether or not he successfully consigned the elixir for sale. The great appraiser was startled and angered. You can't do anything right. You unexpectedly misjudged an ancient elixir. You will have to re-evaluate your ability later. At this moment, Thousand Hands Old Xian felt miserable. He was proud and arrogant, and he felt that his appraisal techniques were outstanding, so it was inevitable that he would be careless in his appraisal. In all these years, no treasure had ever flown away from his hands, but today, he had been careless, and he had misjudged an extremely precious ancient spirit elixir. As he thought of this, he regretted his actions. If he had been slightly more serious, he would have been able to discern that the purple elixir in the jade box was the legendary ancient spirit elixir, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. This was all because of his carelessness. Even if this matter was forgotten, it would still leave a dark history in the Tianya auction house's records. Although the Tianya auction house wouldn't fire an appraiser just because of a single mistake, his reputation would still be tarnished in the future. When did that person leave? The great appraiser, who had witnessed the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's shocking effects, wasn't willing to give up. Thousand Hands Old Xian's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly, 1 hour ago. Where did he go? The great appraiser looked at him with a threatening gaze. A bitter expression appeared on Thousand Hands Old Xian's face, and he wondered. How could I possibly know? However, just after this, a thought occurred to him, and he said, oh, that's right. The maidservant who brought him here might know about it. When the stone house was opened, I saw her leading him out. The great appraiser's eyes lit up, and he asked, which maidservant was it? Do you remember her? Thousand Hands Old Xian nodded repeatedly. I remember. That maidservant came here very diligently, and she often brought people here. I think her name is Shora. The great appraiser's expression changed, and he said, hurry up and summon Shora. Chapter 850. Senior brother, may I ask why you came to our auction house? A shrewd envoy, who was in his early 20s, revealed a friendly smile upon learning from Su Yu's clothes that he was from the Red Blood Palace. When he saw that Su Yu looked old, he naturally addressed him as senior brother. He was completely unaware of Su Yu's true age. Su Yu revealed a faint smile and said, I have something that I want to sell in our faction's auction house. Junior brother, please lead the way. I see. Senior brother, please follow me. The envoy didn't neglect Su Yu. They were all members of the Red Blood Palace, so they should take care of each other. When they reached the auction house's back hall, they found that it was similar to the Tianya auction house. There was a long queue outside several heavily guarded secret rooms. They were all martial artists who had come to sell their goods, and they were all patiently waiting for the appraisers inside the secret rooms to appraise their goods. However, compared to the Tianya auction house, there were less than half of them. The more famous an auction house was, the higher the price it could fetch for an item. The martial artists understood this, so they naturally knew how to choose. In fact, many of them had tried to sell their goods in the Tianya auction house, but they had been rejected. They had no choice but to bring their rejected items to the Red Blood Palace's auction house to try their luck. This was the reason why the Red Blood Palace's auction house rarely got any good items. Instead, most of them were substandard items that weren't qualified enough. The Red Blood Palace's auction house was quite helpless about this, but they couldn't do anything about it. If they were rejected, they would have even fewer items to choose from. Su Yu waited quietly at the end of the queue, and it was only after an hour had passed that it was his turn. After he entered the secret room, the stone door was immediately covered by a powerful seal, and the people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. Su Yu didn't expect that there were two appraisers in the secret room, not just one. They were both of the same age, and both of them were old men. They both had calm temperaments, and they didn't have the restlessness of the Tianya auction house's appraisers. When Su Yu entered the room, he saw that the two of them were chatting. I wonder if the other appraisal rooms got any good auction items. Our appraisal room didn't get anything today, so I hope that it won't affect the auction that will take place in 3 days. I hope so. 3 days later, the Deputy General Manager will come for an inspection, and he will personally participate in the auction. If I don't have anything worthy to show, I will inevitably be reprimanded by the Deputy General Manager. If that's all, it would be fine, as it's impossible for an auction house to auction treasures all the time, and I believe that the Deputy General Manager won't vent his anger on our auction house because of this. But the issue is that the Central Prefecture's faction's greatest demonic beast material store, restaurant, and elixir store consigned 3 top-notch treasures to our Red Blood Palace's auction house. Even though they are from the Central Prefecture, and they obviously oppose our Red Blood Palace, they didn't send them to the greatest Tianya auction house. Instead, they sent them to our Red Blood Palace's auction house. This is why the Deputy General Manager decided to come here and participate in the auction in 3 days. That's right. Recently, the Central Prefecture's 3 factions have been suppressing our Central Prefecture's industries, and it's clear that they came to our auction house on purpose to show their power. I heard that the price and quality of those 3 items far surpass our Red Blood Palace's similar items. They probably want to use such a humiliating method to launch 3 brand new items in one go, so that they can further occupy the market. It's really a pity that our Red Blood Palace's resources are limited, and we can't compete with the Central Prefecture's vast land and abundant resources. We can't contend against them, and we can only hope to quickly get some good items to compete against them and offset their advantage. It's just 3 days, so how could it be so easy? Our Red Blood Palace's 3 industries leading shopkeepers really don't live up to expectations. The restaurant and demonic beast material stores are still doing well, as they are all trying their best to find new goods in hopes of breaking out of this situation. But, I heard that the elixir store's great shopkeeper Faye had just been reprimanded by the deputy general manager, and he immediately held a meeting to squeeze the other small and middle-grade elixir stores. He didn't even think about how to contend against the central prefecture's elixir stores, and he just bullied his own people. It seems to me like our Red Blood Palace's elixir stores will be the first to fall. This matter has already spread among the Red Blood Palace's elixir stores, and I have also heard about it. Great shopkeeper Faye is just drinking poison to quench his thirst, and he will eventually harm the Red Blood Palace's elixir industry. The 2 men sighed, and it was only after a long while that they stopped talking about this topic and looked at Suyu, who had just walked in. When they discovered that the person who had just walked in was wearing a blue robe, which was the Red Blood Palace's uniform, their expressions became gentler, and they revealed a faint smile as they asked, "Are you a Red Blood Palace's disciple?" Suyu cupped his hands at them, then took out his identity badge and said, "Yes, I'm an Outer Sanctum's disciple, and I want to sell some items in our faction's auction house." The 2 men took a look at Suyu's identity badge, and after they ascertained that it wasn't fake, they became even more amiable. "Hehe, since you are our faction's disciple, we will surely appraise it carefully, but don't expect us to go easy on you." Suyu chuckled. "I don't dare, so please appraise it, seniors." As he spoke, Suyu took out a jade box, which contained the substandard heart-refining mortal dust liquid. A new type of elixir liquid? The 2 men's eyes lit up. The Red Blood Palace's auction house was in great need of good elixirs, which was why they attached great importance to such an item. If they couldn't find a new type of elixir, then the Red Blood Palace's expression would surely become unsightly during the auction. That's right. Suyu revealed a faint smile. As long as the 2 men weren't as arrogant as Thousand Hands Old Xian, they would surely discover the heart-refining mortal dust liquid's amazing features. The appraiser on the left side raised his head and revealed a faint smile as he asked, "Lad, did you hear some news? Is that why you brought this new type of elixir liquid?" Any Red Blood Palace's member, who was slightly scheming, would try his best to obtain a new type of elixir liquid in order to compete with the new elixir liquid that would be released by the Central Prefecture's elixir stores in 3 days. Once they succeeded, they would surely get a great reward from the Red Blood Palace. Suyu shook his head blankly. "I don't know." The 2 men were skeptical, but they didn't probe further. The appraiser on the left side said, "Let's appraise it one after another. I'll appraise it once, and he'll appraise it once. This is the only way we can ensure that a good treasure won't be missed due to the carelessness of an appraiser. If you are sure that you want us to appraise it, we can start now." Suyu nodded inwardly. Compared to the Tianya auction house, the Red Blood Palace's auction house was really more responsible. "We can start now." Suyu revealed a faint smile. The 2 men nodded. The appraiser on the left side opened the jade box, and a refreshing fragrance assaulted his nostrils. Suyu was slightly surprised. Refreshing? After he mulled it over for a moment, he took out a drop of the elixir liquid and appraised it carefully. After a long while, he said in surprise, "Well? Its main effect is to increase one's cultivation. It seems like its effects aren't bad, and it's on par with the best middle-grade spirit elixirs on the market. Not bad. It's a good item." He had a good opinion of this item, but a trace of disappointment flickered in the depths of his eyes. If he had taken it out before, it might have been able to attract some attention in the auction house. But it wouldn't be able to compete with the new elixirs released by the Central Prefecture's elixir stores in the auction that would take place in 3 days. The appraiser on the left side said regretfully, "My appraisal results are as follows. It's a middle-grade elixir liquid, and its medicinal power can increase one's cultivation. Its effects are above average, and its side effect is refreshing." He then pushed the jade box toward the appraiser on the right side and said, "Old you appraise it." In fact, his experience was greater than Old Yu's. Usually, Old Yu would appraise the items that he had appraised before, and there wouldn't be much difference between the two. Old Yu would often appraise it in passing and go through the process. However, this time, Old Yu was acting out of character, and he stared at the jade box thoughtfully. He didn't start appraising it even after a long while. After hesitating for a long while, Old Yu spoke with uncertainty. "Old son, do you remember an ancient elixir recipe that you mentioned to me a month ago? It seems like its color and effects are somewhat similar." Old Son was startled, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. When he glanced at the jade box again, his eyes flickered slightly. "Are you talking about the lost heart refining mortal dust liquid?" Old Yu shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it's somewhat similar. After all, it's something that disappeared in the ancient times. Although the elixir recipe might still exist, the heartbroken zithergrass is an extinct item, and it's impossible for it to be refined in this era." Old Son thought for a while, and then grabbed the jade box again. "Let's appraise it again. We can't let go of any possibility. This is the basic quality of an appraiser." As an appraiser, he had to be rigorous. He started to appraise the elixir again, but this time, the scope of the appraisal was no longer the direction of improving one's cultivation. Instead, it was the refreshing fragrance. This time, he made a bold move, and swallowed a drop of the elixir himself. They dared to do this when they weren't sure whether the elixir was poisonous, which showed their professionalism. As the elixir entered his body, pure energy seeped into his limbs and bones, and the genuine qi in his dantian became even purer. However, the effect didn't stop there. At this moment, his soul felt a slight burning sensation. Old Son's expression changed subconsciously, as he thought that it was something harmful. But then, his expression changed dramatically again, and he was overjoyed. This was because he could clearly feel that after the elixir's power dissipated, his soul seemed to have become ethereal, and he could faintly feel that his soul had become stronger than before. His body trembled slightly, and his face was full of ecstasy. His eyes were fixed on the jade box, and they shone with a bright light. "It can't be wrong, it's it. It's it. The ancient elixir liquid, the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. It's purple, and it's in the form of liquid. It can improve one's cultivation, and most importantly, it can greatly enhance one's soul power if it's consumed over a long period of time. This is really the heart-refining mortal dust liquid." Old Yu's expression changed greatly. "Really?" While he was shocked, he also took out a drop and swallowed it. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, which were full of ecstasy and shock. "My soul power has improved. It's really the heart-refining mortal dust liquid." As appraisers, they had seen countless treasures in their lives, and they had seen more than most divine masters. Their experience was unparalleled. However, it was rare for them to be this excited and agitated. This was because it was an ancient elixir that shouldn't exist in this world, and it was a top-grade spirit elixir that could improve one's soul. Although it was only a middle-grade spirit elixir, and it was only effective for fairy realm experts, if news of it spread, even divine masters would go crazy for it. Even if it could only increase a divine master's soul power by a small amount, it would still be worth it. The two appraisers couldn't calm down even after a long while, and they couldn't help but look at Suyu, their eyes shining brightly. "Do you know the name of this elixir liquid?" Suyu revealed a faint smile. "The heart-refining mortal dust liquid." After confirming that it was really the elixir, the two of them took a deep breath. They looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They knew that there would be a good show to watch at the auction in 3 days. Chapter 851. Suyu shook his head. "Senior, you must be joking. How could an outer sanctum disciple like me make this elixir?" Upon hearing this, they exchanged a glance and couldn't help but feel disappointed. After all, if an outer sanctum disciple had such an ability, why would he still be in the outer sanctum? He would have been recruited into the inner sanctum, nurtured, and protected. "Seniors, I recently took over the position of the shopkeeper of one of the elixir stores in the Red Blood Palace. A mysterious old man came to my store last night and asked me to hand it over to the auction house. If this item can be auctioned at the price he wants and attract attention, he is willing to give me the heart-refining mortal dust liquid at any time and sell it in my store." "What?" Disappointment flashed across their faces and was replaced by surprise. "Is what you said true?" Suyu cupped his hands at them and said, "Every word I said is true. Haha. Great. Heaven has blessed our Red Blood Palace's elixir stores. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. Lad, come with me to meet the higher-ups. They will surely be interested in you. Old Sun and Old You were extremely excited. They had obtained this elixir liquid at the last moment, and they could definitely give the Central Prefecture's elixir stores a slap in the face at the auction house in 3 days. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he said, "That won't be necessary. I don't know much about that mysterious old man, so I won't be able to explain it to the higher-ups. As long as our Red Blood Palace's auction house can make this item famous, I believe that old man will keep his promise." At the same time, Su Yu took out another complete heart-refining mortal dust liquid and said, "I have another one here, and it's a finished product. The one you just used was a defective product. You can take it out at the auction house." The 2 old men's eyes lit up. Is there an even more powerful finished product? Since the defective product is already so amazing, wouldn't the finished product be even more powerful? After receiving the second elixir liquid, Old Sun said, "Since you don't want to meet the higher-ups, we won't stop you. This is the auction house's VIP card. Give it to that old man, and he can use it to watch the auction in the auction house's VIP room. I hope that old man can come and support us." After giving the VIP card to Su Yu, they left the secret room in a hurry. Then, they went to meet the auction house's manager. They went to a plain hall in the depths of the auction house. At this moment, there were 2 groups of people outside the palace. One group was the Red Blood Palace's guards, while the other group surprised Old Sun and Old Yu. "Old Yu, what happened today? Even the Tianya auction house's great appraiser has come here." The person beside him seems to be the famous Thousand Hands Old Xian. Old Sun was surprised by this. People of the same trade were enemies, and they didn't have any dealings with each other. Even if they had dealings with each other, they would be low-level people. As for the Tianya auction house's great appraiser, he wasn't a low-level person. The captain of the guards outside the door asked, "Are the 2 elders here to see Palace Master Xiao?" Old Sun withdrew his gaze and nodded, "Ian, please inform the temple master that we have something urgent to report." How could they not understand that the hall master had been troubled by this matter recently? If he knew that he had found such a treasure, he would definitely be overjoyed. The captain hesitated for a moment, then said, "Fine, wait for a moment, I will go and inform them. However, don't hold too much hope, as the palace master is currently meeting with the Tianya auction house's master." "Master?" Old Sun and Old Yu shuddered, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. The Tianya auction house's master was a mysterious person, and both his identity and origins were a mystery that couldn't be solved. He rarely showed himself, and even the Tianya auction house's internal staff couldn't always see him. However, everyone was aware that he was the person in charge of the Tianya auction house. Why did he come to the Red Blood Palace's auction house personally? The 2 elders were shocked. The captain of the guards entered the hall, and they saw a man and a woman sitting opposite each other, chatting. They were both middle-aged. The man had dashing eyebrows, bright eyes, and a carefree appearance. He was the Red Blood Palace's auction house's master, Xiao Yao. The woman sitting opposite him was a middle-aged woman with a delicate appearance. She wore a long black dress, and she wore a gentle, elegant, and well-mannered look. "Palace Master Xiao, I've already told you this much, so please return the auction item." The woman spoke leisurely. She wasn't too fast or too slow, but she seemed to have given an order that couldn't be disobeyed. Xiao Yao responded calmly, and he wore a faint smile as he said, "Fairy Ling, you must be joking. We didn't get the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, and even if we did, we wouldn't hand it over to your Tianya auction house. Aren't you afraid of disgracing your Tianya auction house by coming here and asking for an auction item?" Fairy Ling didn't get angry, and she replied calmly, "This item appeared in my auction house first, so it should be under the Tianya auction house's jurisdiction. Is there a problem with that?" Xiao Yao wasn't aware of this matter, and he furrowed his brows as he said, "I don't know why your Tianya auction house's auction item left your place, but it really isn't in my Red Blood Palace's auction house." After they chatted for a while and ascertained that the Red Blood Palace's auction house didn't get the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, Fairy Ling furrowed her brows and thought to herself, did Shoer's maid lie? Or did the old man she mentioned not come to the Red Blood Palace's auction house, but went to another auction house? At this moment, the captain of the guards entered and transmitted a message to Palace Master Xiao. Palace Master, the appraiser elder son and elder you are here to meet you. Xiao Yaro's gaze flickered as he asked, they should have seen that I'm meeting a distinguished guest, yet they still want to meet me. What's the matter? Xiao Yaro knew his subordinates well, and he knew that they wouldn't be so blind. The captain of the guards replied, they said that it's an urgent matter, and they must report it to you. An urgent matter? Xiao Yaro nodded slightly. Fine, bring them to the side chamber. I'll be there shortly. Palace Master Xiao, if you have anything to say, you can say it here. Fairy Ling's pretty eyes flickered. It seemed like the two appraisers had an urgent matter to discuss with Palace Master Xiao. Xiao Yaro replied calmly, it's our Red Blood Palace's auction house's internal affairs, so it isn't your place to meddle in them. Upon hearing this, Fairy Ling pursed her lips and chuckled. I don't care about the Red Blood Palace's auction house's internal affairs. I'm just concerned about whether my heart-refining mortal dust liquid has fallen into the hands of the Red Blood Palace's auction house. If the two appraisers aren't talking about the heart-refining mortal dust liquid, I'll withdraw myself. Xiao Yaro furrowed his brows slightly, and he was bewildered. This woman had unexpectedly come to him just for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Fine, let them come in. Xiao Yaro waved his hand. After a short while, the two of them entered. Old Sun and Old Yu looked at Fairy Ling in shock. Is she the Tianya auction house's master? They didn't expect her to be a woman. What do you want? Xiao Yaro asked. The two of them exchanged a glance, then Old Sun looked at Fairy Ling hesitantly. He then said carefully, Palace Master, we just received 2 auction items. Palace Master, please take a look at them. Xiao Yaro was surprised, and his gaze flickered. What are they? The heart-refining mortal dust liquid. Old Sun enunciated each word clearly. Swoosh. When he just finished speaking, 2 pairs of gazes pierced through his body. He saw that Xiao Yaro and Fairy Ling were both staring at Old Sun with sharp gazes. Fairy Ling's eyes curved slightly, and she revealed a faint smile. It seems like the Red Blood Palace's auction house really took our Tianya auction house's item. Xiao Yaro was shocked, and his eyes flickered. He still couldn't understand what the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was, and why the Tianya auction house's master had come here personally to ask for it. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid? What is it? Tell me in detail. Xiao Yaro glanced at Fairy Ling out of the corner of his eyes. Old Sun told them everything in detail. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yaro's pupils contracted, and shock appeared in his eyes. An ancient elixir that could improve one's soul power really shocked him. He finally understood why Fairy Ling had come here personally. If he could get this elixir recipe and find the person who could refine it, he would have an unparalleled path to wealth. This was an extinct elixir, and it was an ancient elixir recipe that could improve one's soul power crazily. If it was in the hands of a faction, how much wealth would they get? Even if it was sold for a sky-high price, there would still be people who would fight over it crazily. At this moment, even Xiao Yaro was tempted, but he restrained himself and asked, tell me the details. Why did this item appear in our auction house? The 2 old men were confused, but they still replied in a matter-of-fact manner, an outer sanctum disciple called Su Yuxian brought it here for sale. Palace Master, is there a problem with this person? A thoughtful look appeared on Palace Master Xiao Yaro's face, and he couldn't help but look at Fairy Ling. Fairy Ling, can you tell me how the heart-refining mortal dust liquid was lost from your Tianya auction house? An unnatural look appeared on Fairy Ling's face for a moment, but she quickly calmed down and said, actually, it's nothing. My subordinate was careless and neglected that customer, which caused him to leave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yaro was both annoyed and amused. It turns out that your Tianya auction house's appraiser is incompetent and made a mistake. Fairy Ling, it's really funny that you came here to ask for it. If this item had been stolen from the Tianya auction house and sent to the Red Blood Palace's auction house, he would have returned it. However, that person had made a mistake and missed out on such a treasure, yet he still had the cheek to come here and ask for it. Xiao Yaro couldn't possibly agree to it. First, if he agreed to it, it would be tantamount to bowing down to the Tianya auction house, and it would be too cowardly. That person had come here to bully them, and they wanted to snatch the heart-refining mortal dust liquid by force. Moreover, the Red Blood Palace's auction house was now facing the Central Prefecture's factions, and it was time for them to look for treasures to contend against them. The heart-refining mortal dust liquid was the key, so how could they give it up? As Xiao Yarou thought this, he felt quite carefree. The Tianya auction house had gathered the best appraisers in Tianya City, and it was only the goods that they looked down upon in the past that would be chosen by their auction house. He didn't expect that they would also make a mistake, and it was even an extinct ancient elixir. If news of this spread, they would surely become a laughingstock. Palace Master Xiao, who had been suppressed for a long time, felt quite proud and elated. Fairy Ling said calmly, "So you're saying that Palace Master Xiao won't return?" Xiao Yarou chuckled and said, "If Fairy Ling really wants it, it's not impossible." Fairy Ling's eyes lit up. "Palace Master Xiao, please state it. If you need any compensation, I can consider it." She implied that she would consider giving the Red Blood Palace's auction house some compensation. "Fairy Ling, you must be joking. We're from the same city, so I must give you face." Xiao Yarou shook his head. "You don't need any compensation." Fairy Ling pursed her lips and revealed a faint smile. "Thank you, Palace Master Xiao." Palace Master Xiao chuckled as he took out a black card from his bosom and slapped it on the table. "Fairy Ling, as long as you hold this VIP card, you will be able to bid for the heart-refining mortal dust liquid at the auction in 3 days.